And hello and welcome to Last Man Standing. We just got through with an absolutely amazing Stupid O'Clock broadcast, and we thank anybody who has crossed over to join this particular one. And it's just one of those things. It's some nights things just the lightning strikes and you can't duplicate it no matter what you try and do. Now, before I get started with everything else, let me pull this up and reiterate we are part of the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. There is something every night of the week for all kinds of different interests. If you are a comic fan, a chat fan, you are a humor fan, anything under the sun will wind up on Rising Tide. So, it's just one of those things. I have long wanted to do a voiceover for this particular slide to list off everything, but it keeps changing. And just recently, just tonight, we have on Monday nights, Michaela Jade's Tidbits and Scribbles has moved from Friday night to Monday night. And then on Friday nights, Drinking with the Davies has shifted from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And there is a brand new show. Where did that go? I know I put it in here. Bugger, I can't find it. But Joe D. McPhee is going to have a new show on Saturday nights, just before Stupid O'Clock. And evidently this is an old slide, and I have not updated this one, so I can't see it. So we'll just call this one a loss for me right now. I should have updated this one, but it was in the middle of the broadcast, and it was a last-minute thing that I just found out just before Stupid O'Clock went live. So I will fix that myself here shortly. But at the moment, we have Bill. We have,
Howdy.
and we will have John eventually. And thank you all for being here. Let me slide my chair forward, and I finally fixed a blasted lever on this thing where I can lean back when I want to instead of having to get a hammer and knock that latch on the chair backwards so that I can lean back. Now, thank y'all for being here, and where did we leave off in Stupid O'Clock? Because that's usually the best starting point for Last Man Standing.
Well, what you were looking for, Dan, I do have the answer for that because I jumped over to Rising Tide Publications page, and I'll just read what they said. We've got a new member of the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. I'm proud to introduce to you Joe D. McPhee from us. From the desk of a small press publisher. His show is on YouTube every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central. And that gives the YouTube link down there. They go on to say he does amazing interviews, live drawings, and comic reviews on his shows. And he's also waiting for one of us on Comic Book Spectrum to die so he can have our chair. Hey, we could talk about who will that be. His comics are on Comicology, and he is a frequent viewer of our offerings. He is a good friend, a great creator, and a super talent. So please make him feel welcome, and please subscribe to his YouTube channel. And we've talked to Joe D in the green room numerous times, and he is a very wonderful, talented, kind-hearted person, and I'm glad to see his show popping up on YouTube now.
Yeah, really. And here is the corrected card which
there you
has
go.
everything in there. Now, I can't actually look at it without going to full screen on this and losing the comment section. Hello, Ace, and thank you for joining us again. We were talking about whiskey before. Evidently, I've had too much. So,
about whiskey getting the better of Josh.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot.
Well, that could be. That could be. We will never know because, it's one of those things. It's none of our business. But occasionally, these things do happen.
We don't know for sure, but we
gets the better of me lots of times. But
yeah, we don't know for sure about Josh, but we do know that at one point during his conversation, we did see the ceiling in his room and not him, so that could have been a hint to the direction he was going. I don't know, but
guys, I'll be right back.
Sure.
And for the record, I switched from my dad's root beer to spring water in a Yeti tumbler.
Mm. Yeah, spring water has its own charms. Let me tell you, that stuff is good.
Well, it helps, and we will not be debunking this Yeti. Maybe one on another show.
I leave the debunking to other people, although there have been times, believe me, there have been times I have been watching something, and not by one of our friends, but I have been watching something on YouTube, and they were going way off into the woo-woo valley, and I just go, have you ever tried to Google actual science here? Now, thankfully, that does not apply to any of the people we know, especially not on the Rising Tide, because they do keep science in mind.
One of my favorite ones that I love to debunk is the Arizona lights, or the lights over Phoenix, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Where everybody said it was UFO. I'm like, those are artillery flares. Come on, and I was in a mortar platoon. I've shot artillery flares. I know what they look like. I know how they behave.
And they behave exactly like flares. Yeah.
And everybody's like, "Oh, it's an alien spaceship. We're being visited. Oh my God!" I'm like, "No, that's the U.S. Air Force. They're getting rid of old ordnance."
Yeah.
The aliens were making you think that you were shooting off artillery flares.
No, Bill. The aliens were using the artillery flares as a navigation lights so that they could come in afterwards.
They were alien artillery flares.
Holy shit. Talk about your photon torpedoes there. Low yield. Oh, heavens. And where do we go from here, gentlemen? How much weird shit can we get up to?
It is late night and the perfect timing for the weird stuff.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to last night after the green room, and it ended about midnight or so, and I went on to YouTube and was watching some woo-woo conspiracy theory videos, and the next thing I know, I started watching them about midnight, and 3 a.m. my wife comes into the office here and goes, Dan, wake up. Isn't it time you went to bed? And I'm going, oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't know how many I watched while I was asleep, but I had an impressive YouTube history there that I had to delete for security reasons. Oh, heavens. Now, some of the things that I have been really interested in, there's a friend of mine over in England that does a ghost tour, in give me a moment. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I know the name of the town, Guildford, England. And not only does he do the ghost tours there, but he does Jack the Ripper tours in London. And his day job is a caretaker for the Guildford Castle. His name is Philip, and he is just the absolute most adorable guy you've ever met. And he is an actor. He has done a stage play with a partner of his where between the two of them, they are doing Laurel and Hardy. And they have gotten worldwide acclaim for that particular act. And it's been filmed, and he's actually come over to the U.S. I think he met might have been Oliver Hardy's granddaughter. I'm not sure. The actual facts are slipping my mind, but somebody in the family. And Philip is just one of these most amazing people. He's just a natural born performer. And he's worked really hard to perfect every act that he's ever been in. He has actually been known to be on stage wearing a giant Thunderbirds ship as a hat on his head, singing the theme from the Thunderbirds Super Marination, and it believe me, it's incredibly entertaining and hard to find nowadays because there's a copyright thing since the live action movie came out, and a band tried to cash in on their fame of doing one of the songs from the soundtrack. So it's rather hard to find. But Philip Hutchinson, I salute you. You're one of the most amazing guys I've ever met in my life. Now, where should we go from here?
I have a quick thing.
Yeah.
Me and Bill are both the only ones wearing rock and roll T-shirts.
I'd go get one but I embarrass you because mine are probably older.
Really?
He's wearing Kiss, and I'm doing Five Finger Death Punch.
Well, this is just a repop, but I still have my original 1996 Kiss reunion tour T-shirt in there.
I have the Kiss Final World Tour shirt.
Yeah.
And then they did a tour after that. That's always my luck. I saw Bob Hope's last show in Berlin when I was stationed in Berlin, and then he went to Desert Storm or whatever and did another show. Jackass. Anyway,
I ain't retiring. There's still another war on.
I have a Rat concert T-shirt. Okay.
Awesome.
And it's the stadium with the giant rat with sunglasses coming out the top of it.
I have a friend that I've been trying to get to come to Hallowcon. He plays guitar and a few other instruments. He was actually real good friends with Robin Crosby of Rat. And he said Robin probably saved his life because Robin talked him out of coming into Hollywood and the LA music scene. And he does an excellent Jason, and he does Roadblock from G.I. Joe, and he's done a couple other characters. He's really good at doing cosplay.
Roadblock was always one of my favorite. Anybody whose personal weapon is a handheld 50 caliber Modus.
Wait a minute, I got confused. It was Gung Ho that he did.
Oh, Gung Ho. Okay, yes.
The Marine.
Well, I do have a couple of Adamant T-shirts that I got at a concert. One's sleeveless and one is sleeved. But I had the honor of that particular concert of being the oldest person in the stadium that wasn't on stage I still knew all the words. It was Adamant and the Romantics on their. It was Adamant's strip tour, and
Well, that would have been a good show.
oh, it was. It was absolutely awesome. It was the opening night of the entire tour, and they closed it in the same venue in Atlanta. And the Romantics had gotten a little bit playful at that time. There was one bit where there was a plexiglass tank that towards the middle or the end of the show, Adam would lower himself into and then get out of as sort of one-man wet T-shirt contest, and the Romantics put goldfish in the tank.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and Adam just went right on with the shtick and just kind of looking around at the goldfish swimming around, and then climbed back out and did the rest of the show. It was awesome. I didn't get to see that particular one, but I got to see opening night for the whole tour, and it was really nice. It was really nice. Like I said, I was the oldest person there in the audience. Most of the audience was 12 to 14-year-old girls, and I believe that half of them were there for the Romantics and half of them were there for Adamant.
The
But
Romantics were an underrated band. I mean,
well, yes, they were. Yes, they were. They had an awesome repertoire of bits that they did. Their songs were really catchy and really nice, and had some. If you are a music critic, they had some awesome complexity to them that was not apparent just from listening to the radio. You had to watch them actually perform before you actually saw what they were doing with the music. And the same with Adamant. If you just hear it on the radio, you don't understand all the work that goes into that kind of performance. I mean, at that time it was two drummers, bass player, guitar, Adam playing a guitar if he wanted to for different songs, and there were keyboards involved, and it was all right there, and it was all live, and it was not one of these lip sync sort of things that you get used to seeing on the cheaper TV reproductions of things. It was all if you couldn't play it live, it shouldn't show up on the album.
yeah.
Sort of philosophies, and they both bands
Right back.
really did that really well. You going someplace, John?
No, he was.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yep, Bill will be back. Bill will be back.
I'm good. I got food.
Oh,
Ace, that's cool that you got a 2000 Kiss Farewell Tour T-shirt.
Can't remember which one I've got. I guess it was 2000 because they were heading out.
They're going to be in Atlanta soon, but I'm scared to see what the ticket prices are going to be.
really? Oh, well, after the green room, your second wind kicked in and my second wind kicked out. Let me tell you, when my wife woke me up at 3 a.m. going, shouldn't you go to bed? That was kind of a clue that I had overindulged in mental mayhem. Now I'm not admitting that I had drunk too much, but I certainly had too much to think that night. Actually, that was a real song.
Yeah, David Ball, the country singer, had one called Thinking Problem,
Yeah.
which was his slick way of saying drinking problem.
Uh-huh.
Of course, there was a video and song that he did called Riding with Private Malone, where he talked about buying a sports car that was formerly owned by a private that died in Vietnam.
No, that's tragic.
Yeah, but he was in a wreck, and he managed to live through the experience, and he believed that Private Malone was riding with him and saved his life. It's kind of a cool song.
Oh, well, it kind of sounds like one of the standard formula ghost story songs.
Yep.
But they're different classes of those as to how let me just say how humorous it may be and how serious it may be.
Yeah.
You know,
And how sad it will be.
yes, and that the sadness goes along with the seriousness angle or axis. So
I'm thinking of Phantom 309 by Red Sovine.
oh Lord,
yeah.
And,
I'm thinking of Large Marge from Pee Wee Herman.
and Big Bad John.
Yep.
Yep. And some of those things are still tear jerkers to this day.
I couldn't find my Kiss concert T-shirt from the '96 reunion tour, but I found my Kiss black denim leather jacket, or black denim jacket. It's got the small logo on the front.
Yeah.
And
just a second here.
And then on the back is the Rock and Roll Over patch on there. It's all.
That's kind of the Psycho Circus logo, isn't it?
No, it's Rock and Roll Over.
No. Well, it reminded me a little bit of the Psycho Circus logo.
No, Psycho Circus would come out later. But
it's probably inspired by it.
They Rock and Roll Over, Dan, help me out. What was that, 1976?
I am sorry, Bill, but I am not the ultimate Kiss fan.
Okay.
You would have to ask my sister.
It was probably before Dynasty or Dynasty, as they say.
Oh, way before. Way before.
Nick Tucker. How the world are you, my friend?
I'm okay, just fresh off another show. I'm like, hey, I'm still up. You guys are around. I'll come bug you guys.
His Rock and Roll Over was their 5th studio album and came out in 1976.
Yep, that's what I just saw.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Nick 76, but I wasn't sure.
Nick, don't lean that close to the camera unless you want to look like a Smurf with an orange hat.
Sorry about that. No.
I think he was kind of glowing blue there.
Well, yeah, but
la, 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 la.
Oh, that's his microphone.
Yeah,
he's a killer gnome from outer space. He's not a Smurf. He has a larger vocabulary.
Nick, that theme song is both highly annoying and very catchy.
Yes, it is. Isn't it just?
And I think they did that on purpose.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, that's why it came, because I am also both occasionally highly annoying and rather catchy, so it just fits. But it's like, I know what I'm about. I just then left, nearly 3 hours into like a 2-hour show because the fools asked me to be on. So,
A 3-hour show.
Yeah. But, I didn't modulate my caffeine right to crash at the end. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll keep bopping along for a while,
How is Gilligan and Skipper these days?
Who cares? It's Marianne I'm interested in.
Oh. I think they're all dead now, aren't they?
No. I think Ginger's
still no, Tina Louise is still alive.
She's still alive. Yeah.
Yeah,
she's the only one.
We just lost Marianne recently, actually.
Yeah. About a year ago.
I remember being kind of. It's funny the ones that hit you. That one hit me like
December 30th, 2020.
Yeah.
Yep.
That close. Damn, 2020. You just.
And MeTV was still doing they had all these promos that she did.
Yeah.
And even though she passed away, they still decided to do them, and that, which I remember some people saying, "Oh, that's going to be awful creepy," but actually, it worked. I think MeTV knew what they were doing by letting them go through with it.
MeTV actually is really even though they take a tongue-in-cheek response to a lot of it, they're very respectful to the IPs they have.
Oh
And
yeah,
I mean, like, I that's why I like MeTV. A big old fly on my screen. There we go. But and it's funny because if you think about it, MeTV and Channel 26.
Take this, brother. May it serve you well.
yeah.
The Predator fly swatter.
I like MeTV because my friend and brother from another mother, Bill Leff, is hosting the cartoon shows on there.
Awesome. That is cool.
Yeah, Bill is just, I mean, me and Bill everything. Everything is about cereal, cartoons, collecting toys, and wearing hats all the time.
Hey, you gotta live the life you want.
Oh yeah.
I'll
I'll tell you something about Bill. Bill was actually on MeTV when Lisa Welchel Blair from the Facts of Life was doing that collector's call show. They did a show at Bill's house, and Bill has a 3-bedroom house. One bedroom is for him and his wife Teresa, and then he has 2 twin daughters. To which you think they would each have their own bedroom? No, they had to share a bedroom because the 3rd bedroom was for Bill's toys. and Bill has more toy. Some people think I have a lot. I don't have a 3rd compared to Bill. And we're always showing off. When I got the complete set of Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids figures and all that, I was like, "Look, Bill, look what I got! I got the whole set." And then, of course, he has to show me. Yes, he has the whole set of Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, and then he has the whole set of the Groovy Ghoulies, and so on and so forth.
Oh God! Isn't it great to have that friend who anything you can do, they can do better? And
my God, yeah,
indeed, yeah. I just try and be old Mr. Dependable. I mean, you hand me something that you don't have room in your house for, and you just go, "Save this for me," and I put it in the barn, and they come back 30 years later and go, "You still got that?" And I go, "Yeah, it's a little bit dusty, but."
What are you eating, John? Because it just you seem to be enjoying it, but
spaghetti.
Oh, well.
Totally valid. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, hell no.
It was funny because you had the angle where the plate was facing in and out for a second. So I'm like, okay, now I have to know. Yeah, see, that looks good.
SpaghettiOs.
Hey. John has the right to eat anything he wants, anytime he wants, on camera or off, as long as she doesn't object.
Oh God!
Now I think Reese's ought to pay us because we just advertised for him.
Yeah, see, I was at Menards today, and I don't know. Menards is a local big box hardware store. I don't know if it's where you guys are or not.
We have them. Yeah.
Okay. I love Menards. I worked at Home Depot. That's part of why I own so much orange. But I love Menards. That being said, they have all the Menards hats, And I remember going, those are gimme hats. I don't pay you to wear that hat. You give me that hat to advertise that I shop at your store. When did this get circled around,
Fandom.
And you know what? You say that's not like I've had people get screaming fights about Lowe's versus Home Depot. Like literally screaming fights over Lowe's versus Home Depot.
Well, I worked at Lowe's for 15 years, and then I worked at Menards for 8 years. So it's like I've seen both ends sides of the coin,
Yeah.
and that, and you know what? It apples oranges. I mean, it all depends on how you treat the customer.
Mhm.
That's where they're going to go.
Yep, my little brother used to be an electrician for housing contractors. So
Gotcha.
he'd go in and wire up people's houses. He said Home Depot is basically meant for the pros that know what they're looking for and know exactly where it is in the store. And Lowe's is for the home handyman. You walk in and everybody goes, "How can we help you today?"
No, you know what? You're not wrong, because I was a merchandise, MET, merchandise execution team. So we drove all around setting up all the Home Depots, setting them, handling the info. At one point, I knew where every single item could be found in 2 different Home Depots, not by like where they were in the store, but I could tell you what bay, shelf, and position because we had to memorize the planograms. But yeah, Home Depot's a different outfit, and it was all contractors, and then you have. I agree. Yeah, I like Lowe's because they do the at least Lowe's up here do a veteran discount. So
Yeah,
my
they
dad
do
just
there.
so I respect that, even though I don't like the shopping experience. And then you go to like Menards is for the people who want to use chicken wire for things it was not intended to. Like you're like, hey, can I buy the back end of your display? Because I want to turn that into an indoor mini golf course. And
Or
hey man, slip me $5 and I'll
The
hook you up.
I need 5 yards of this because there's somebody that pissed me off.
Nick, have you gone into a Lowe's and seen a Lowe's employee wearing a camouflage Lowe's
Yes,
vest?
I have.
And you know why they do, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, because they're veterans, so they let them boast about being a veteran and working at a Lowe's and that. Now, I will tell you what you said about Lowe's not being for contractors. That's not entirely true. They are actually both contractors and civilians, whatever how
Well,
to do people.
Menards would be the
Amateurs.
middle ground between Lowe's.
Well,
and
they're
Home
all
Depot.
the same. There's not really one so different from the other one between Home Depot, Lowe's, or Menards. The one thing when I worked at Lowe's, they used to have in every department they had one person who was called a Lowe's Pro.
Mhm.
And what the Lowe's Pro was that you worked Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. You had your evenings and weekends off. And you were the person, you were the specialist that knew everything that needed to be known about that department. And you worked those hours on those days because that's when the contractors come in. The contractors didn't want to come in and talk to some snot-nosed 18-year-old kid who's just working the summer or whatever there. And, so they had that. So anyway, for almost 8 or 9 years, I had those cushy hours and every weekend off. When the person who instituted the Lowe's Pros program had retired, the corporate office in Wilkesboro, North Carolina, in their infinite wisdom, decided that we don't need this program anymore. They took all of the Lowe's Pros, put them all on rotating schedules, and you never seen so many people go to Menards after that happened.
No,
I mean, it just killed them.
It's funny because
Yep.
about that time, Home Depot did a very similar program, and literally they headhunted the Lowe's Pros because I remember hearing about it. They actually now see there is a place that needs to be discussed, and that is the magic that is in Ace Hardware. Used to be True
Ooh.
Value. Now that
Yes.
is a hardware store. You have to pay the 15%. They know shit you don't. Pardon my French. Upcharge, but they have somehow those little places tucked away. Only place you can find copper rivets on the shelf in any of like the little specialty items. If you can't find it anywhere, there's an old dude who's not even working in that section at Ace Hardware who knows it, knows where it was made, can tell you when they started making it, and he'll take you literally dust off a box, and there'll be one box. You'll take it. It'll never get restocked, but somehow there'll be another box. Nobody knows. And then they sell toys from the 1920s, and because that's where I buy my tin whistles and a bunch of other things.
In Chattanooga, there's an Ace Hardware out near Airport Road. It's right where Airport Road runs into Brainerd Road.
Okay.
And if you go in there, they have aircraft control cable.
Yep.
And aircraft light bulbs, like
Yep.
landing lights and navigation lights and stuff like that, because they're next to the airport.
Yep.
And it's like, I've never seen it. I'd never seen any of that stuff
Nope.
outside the military before, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Is that one of Elder's stores, John? Because I know
I'm
they've
not
got
sure if
several.
that one's an Elders.
There's
Oh,
several
that's a
in
good
Chattanooga
question.
that are to that name.
Now the one down here in Ringgold is an Elders.
One in East Brainerd is.
The one at Airport Road is an Elders.
I
John-
will tell you this. When I first got into steampunk
Mm-hmm.
and I started looking for bits and pieces of an airship captain's uniform, I went down to the Ace Hardware, and they had two different styles of spurs.
Yep.
They had the ones with the brass jingly disc on the back, and they had the ladies' version, which was a spike
Yep.
on the back. And believe it or not, they also sold dog collars that were the right size for me, like straps for the brass dangly disc jingle jangle jingle spurs that I could put on my boots. And they had the don't need no damn straps because this is for a lady, where you just push them up on the in between the heel and the upper of the lady's boots, and you had this spike back there, and you go, I ain't never making another woman mad that rides a horse. Let me tell you.
My wife has had some of those.
They still have a lot of Ace Hardwares up around Chicago and the suburbs, but something John said just a couple minutes ago reminded me of a story. It doesn't take long to share it, but my dad used to work for a Heister, making the Heister forklifts and that, and he was a shipping foreman.
Mm-hmm.
And around Christmas time, because a lot of the times my dad would go out and help the truck drivers unload the trucks and just make things easier for them, they would always bring him wonderful gifts for Christmas and that. And one year, this one driver brought up this little box, fairly heavy, said Dad had bought a 1976 Mercury Marquis with a police interceptor engine in it from a police auction that my dad was rather proud of. And this truck driver says, I bought something for your Mercury. And Dad said, okay, what is it? And he goes, well, it's fog lights. And Dad said, oh, great, I'll mount them on the bumper. No, you better mount them behind the grill of the car. And Dad said, well, if I did that, I couldn't see him very good. He said, believe me, you're going to see him, but don't mount them behind the grill. So Dad, okay, I'll do it. Dad mounted them behind the grill. He rigged up a toggle switch on the steering column and that, and didn't think anything about it. We went out somewhere. Oh, we were coming back from my grandmother's house, which was 12 miles away, and it was after dark, and we're going down 150, which is a 2-lane east-west road. And I said, "Hey, Dad, did you ever get the fog lights working that truck driver gave you?" And he said, "Yeah, I haven't tried them because it was daylight. Let's try them out." He flips the toggle switch. There is daylight in front of us. And it's like, okay, now we know why he wanted us to mount it behind the grill. Dad goes back to work, and about 5 or 6 days later, the same truck driver comes in, and my dad says, "What kind of fog lights are these that bring daylight in front of my car for like 500 yards?" And he says, "Oh, those are airplane landing lights." And he says, "That's why I told you to mount them behind the grill." And that, but had them for a long time, and God forbid anybody would bright my dad in an oncoming lane, because Dad would bright them back.
And they about ran off the road too, I imagine.
Oh Lord!
I don't know if you know this. You can take a railroad engine, old style horn, and run it to a separate 12-volt battery. And if you have a small car, like say a Chevy Cavalier, you can run it right along the bottom if you have decent ground clearance, and run pretty much the whole length of the bottom with this horn. And if you do that and you run it to a push button switch up front, you can blow the windows out of an offending vehicle at a surprising distance by pushing that button.
We like pushing buttons.
I love my dream, because legally it has to be a red tint. That's one of those things. Any light that faces backwards has to be a red tint, at least in Indiana. But there's no brightness limitation. So I have this dream of getting a panel of searchlights, like World War II era style, light up the world on a switch to the release of the backside of one of my trunks, so I can pull the trunk, open the trunk, and hit that light. And I think that would be the greatest justice ever bestowed on those people with those dang bright blue LEDs from the Hades verse that burned the retinas out of everybody. I would just love to turn like a red sun upon them. But
Actually, I have World War II Army surplus Jeep headlights with a red filter.
oh,
These things are about as big around as a car tire, and they're at least like 50,000 watts. I mean, you could use them for spotlights at a Kiss concert, or if you were really pushing it, it would be a dim light at an Emerson, Lake and Palmer concert.
Nice. Oh my gosh. So I remembered something I wanted to get done tonight, since I forgot. No, not to leave.
No. Ace here.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. And Ace, whenever you get over your shyness, we would be very glad to have you as a guest on the show. Just to carry on a conversation, not anything else. Just to get to meet you, just to get to know you more than as text, because you really say some.
Whenever I see your smiling face, I have to smile myself because I love you.
Now you done scared them away again.
That's okay. I usually have that effect on women. But don't worry. There is nothing you can do online that will be more diversive or bizarre than the stuff I pull on any given. Like Jody McPhee invited me because I made a female wrestling RPG for him, the things I do for money. But and he unveiled it. I decided, yeah, that's right, all female wrestling RPG. Money is money, and it's a good game. But he's like, hey, can you hop on? Sure. And then the show goes an hour late, and everyone's dying, and poor Brian can't get a word in edgewise. And when you can keep Brian K. Morris from getting a word in edgewise, you're doing something right, my friend.
Holy crap!
Really? Yes, it is. There are only about 4 people on Earth that can do that, and I know Nick is one.
That's right. Well,
Bobby Nash is another.
Well, yeah.
Well, the difference is he shuts up for Bobby Nash out of respect.
Well, yeah. Or just said he has no choice.
For Nick, out of frustration of not being able to talk that damn fast.
Hey, you got. You see, at one point in my life, I was single, but I still had this face. That means I had to make my sales pitch fast and memorable. I had to get that in there. How you doing? Let me talk about everything about why you shouldn't be running screaming right now. And I only have about 3 seconds before your flight or fight kicks in, and I either get smacked or you're gone. So, you just got to be, it's okay. It is okay.
And you've been married how long now?
Almost 20 years.
See, it works.
Well, yeah.
This children is a lesson.
Yeah, well, see, the other thing is I've had two women in my life say I'm a good-looking man. My mother and my wife, and both of them are just as shy from being legally blind. I don't know if that's a relevant fact or not, but it's something to ponder.
It's not something I would have brought up, but yeah.
Oh, look, with a face like mine, and I was gifted with a face for radio and a voice for silent film. So, you gotta keep the humor rolling or people get bored. And
well, yeah, there's a difference between keeping it rolling and running all over everybody.
I try not to.
You do tread that fine line, and actually you don't cross it that often, because when somebody else says something, you do have a way of going, oh, wait a minute, I might need to hear this.
Well, I try. I call it my skunkometer. Where am I in the line of other people talking? So I can talk fast while it's quiet, but as soon as somebody starts, and you watch, you may see the recoil of me, like every once in a while, because I was brought up with this thing called manners. But you got to fight for your right to speak around me. That's a bad habit of mine, but I was brought up in that kind of house.
Here we go, back to Dee Snider again.
Dee Snider? That was the Beastie Boys.
You got to fight sister for your right to party. I'll listen to both, though.
No, I had to fight for my right to potato salad and pinto beans. Believe me, it was that kind of family. It was that kind of family. If you didn't reach out real quick, you got left out.
Beastie Boys, Dee Snider. I was listening to country then.
Speaking of Beastie Boys, I love the video for Sabotage.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that's a great video. It really is. They were not taking themselves seriously, and that was a strength for that particular one.
Well, Spike Jones is
nor was anyone else.
Well, see, that's the sign of a great creator if they can laugh at themselves. If they take themselves seriously, my mom used to say, if you think you've got it, flaunt it. If you know you've got it, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Of course, Intergalactic was funny too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now another one that really just blew me away at how creative it was Aerosmith and Run DMC.
Oh yeah.
And I credit Run DMC with forcing Aerosmith's lead singer to get sober and save his own damn life.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have any motivation before that, but that gave him motivation to continue on and straighten his ass out and stay alive. Because, you know, being rock and roll, you have these temptations. You have these things that,
and you have
from
manipulators.
the point of view, are normal, but from everybody else's point of view, or excesses.
Well,
Yes.
you had enablers and manipulators, and they took advantage of those weaknesses and susceptibility devices that these guys had.
Well, there is a third one you left out, the handlers,
Exactly.
which are just about as bad as the other two combined.
Well, they're usually set up by the enablers and the manipulators.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a world without Steven Tyler, you also have a world without Liv Tyler.
Yeah.
And that is a world I do not want to live in.
Oh, man.
There are not enough real elves still running around. They are an endangered species, and Liv Tyler, among others, needs to be preserved at all costs. You know?
My very, very, absolute, very favorite movie that she was ever in was Tom Hanks' That Thing You Do. And, you know,
girl.
period movie from the 60s, but the way they had her look in that, it's like I couldn't see her as anything. It was just perfect in that. And I kind of, as far as someone else that she reminds me of, or vice versa, Justine Bateman running that very similar looks or whatever. But with Liv Tyler, I mean, she had it all in that movie, and and then of course Tom Hanks knew how to direct her too. Of course, is the other good thing about it, you know.
That's one of the things about actors when they actually get this part and they give it their all, and you look at them and you watch the movie and you go, okay, this is the way I want to remember this person forever. No matter what else they've ever done or what else they may ever do, this is the memory that sticks in your mind, and you go, okay, everything else is going to have to live up to this.
Yes.
And ironically, all of those guys who played the Wonders in that movie, they all learned. They actually played and sang those songs. They learned them. Some of them. Oh, I can't think of the guy's name that played the drummer, who ironically looked a lot like Tom Hanks in the mid-late 70s when he was on Bosom Buddies with Pete Scolari.
Yeah.
But the actor that played this drummer, he said, I never picked up a set of drumsticks before in my life. He says, and then by the time we're all said and done, he said, we could have kept the name The Wonders and actually went out on tour. It was kind of like another Monkees type thing.
Exactly.
But they were doing it for the movie, you know.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mickey Dolenz had never tried being a drummer before, but he was a guitar player.
Yeah.
And a child actor before the Monkees.
Yep. Circus boy.
Yeah, I remember that quite well.
And I can't remember the name of the group that he was with. He
never tried playing drums before, and they assigned him the part of the drummer.
Well, Justine Bateman back in the 80s was super hot. And the funny thing about Mallory Keaton on Family Ties is she wasn't originally written to be as ditzy as she played her. But she did such a good job with it, they decided to go with the way she was doing the role.
Do you remember the part she had in one of the late seasons of Lois and Clark?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah. And it was like, okay, I know who you are and I know what you did before, and this is quite a change, and I like it.
Well, look at what from the Family Ties era. Look at Michael Gross from that to Burt Gummer. You want to talk about a typecast jump? And I have Gummer 2020. Don't be a Gummer, vote for Bummer. I don't be a Bummer, vote for Gummer. Like here, it's right there on my wall. I'm not kidding. And I still think
he had fun with that part.
Yeah, he still does. You know,
but he wasn't the only one in that series, though.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed to have fun in that. I mean, it was nice to see Fred Ward working again.
Oh,
and I'm going, well, yeah, okay, you're not Remo Williams in this one, but I'll forgive you for that.
No, that
was actually an enjoyable film.
You know, Sherman Hensley was in Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
Playing the Toy Man.
Playing a villain. Yes, indeed. Yes. And he was not alone.
Yeah. No, Isabel Sanford was in there
partner.
too.
Yes.
Miss Duffy.
It was one of those things where you knew exactly who they used to play, and you're willing to accept them in this new role, but they still had the same chemistry. It was amazing.
My favorite episode of The Jeffersons of all time was the one where he was like playing the detective, a Sherlock Holmes type.
Yep.
That was so much fun watching it.
Wow. There is a show that I'm astonished they can still air. You know what I mean? Like with all the cancel culture weirdness, I'm amazed they can still keep the Jeffersons
in the bunker, All in the Family?
Yeah. All in the Family has a better chance of being censored than the Jeffersons.
Well, that's
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But there is something I want to bring up because I think this elite panel is the few groups who could truly appreciate what I'm going to say. I was watching the news, and I was getting past the political stuff because I'm done with politics. 2020 killed my politic interest. Like, let's just no, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I didn't like Ted Koppel either.
Right, but they had they were showing the whole thing with Britney Spears. I'm just letting it go. Wah! But they had Britney Spears in her court thing, and all I could think is, good Lord, she looks like Julie Newmar. And once I saw how much current Britney Spears looked like peak era Julie Newmar, my brain just started to sort of leak out my ear a little bit. So it's like, look at that. And I don't know many people who would appreciate what I'm saying by this statement. But it's really tragic that she's not doing more because she started carrying weight and aged a little bit more. And I'm like, dear Lord.
Hey, that era, Julie Newmar still can turn heads at her age these days. But back when she was in her prime, good Lord,
Julie Newmar is part of the
Chris. Julie Newmar is still in her prime.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she is.
Let me rephrase this. In her younger
prime.
Yeah, we're talking the difference between
she can still turn heads.
Fine Jones and Catwoman here.
Yeah,
she can still turn heads.
Well, I was talking to
she
somebody,
turned my head a long time ago,
and I have a trilogy of women who will never age. Frickin' Raquel Welch could stop a clock at 80. I saw a picture of her walking by in a frickin' bikini at 80, and still like, dang. Cassandra Peterson is a goddess among us. I don't care what anybody says.
Hell yeah.
And then Julie Newmar. I mean, like, this is a trinity of women who, just like, that's what genetics are supposed to be. I'll throw Barbara Eaton in there. I'll absolutely throw that in there.
How about Linda Carter from Wonder Woman 2?
Oh, please. If you leave out Dolly Parton, I'm going to be hurt.
No, see, that's where I was going. See, Dolly Parton is in a universe of her own because she's the best, like, human in America right now, and I don't really care. Like,
no, I
she's
agree.
the nicest.
I agree.
yeah, like absolutely, like hardcore. Like if
Her
we had
heart
to pick-
is bigger than her chest, and her chest is
It did.
impressive.
let me put it this way: when I was, this is going to say a lot about me. When I was about 4 years old, and they were asking me, they're talking about babysitters. I was trying to convince my parents to get Dolly Parton to be my babysitter. I have been about this for a very long time, and I stand by it. You know, she is just absolutely one of the greatest things America has ever produced, and God bless us for having her, and God bless her for being had. But
And Nick,
Yep.
I will tell you another one who adding a few pounds did wonders for was Sienna Miller. Because
yes,
after she was in G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra,
yes. Well, see, that was
darkening her hair and putting on a few pounds did wonders for
well.
her.
I will put this any version where there should never be a doubt that Baroness is hotter than Lady Jane in Scarlet in any GI Joe. Like, I don't care how good, I'm not saying I don't love Scarlet, not giving props, but one of the hard rules of casting is the Baroness should always be hotter. Hard stop, you know. And I'm
She
all
has
about
to
that.
be a temptation.
She has.
Hey, Nick,
What?
guess who? About a year and a half ago, I had somebody accept my Facebook friend request, Morgan Lofting.
Oh,
And I'll tell you what, even though she was only the voice of the Baroness on the G.I. Joe cartoon, she is absolutely drop dead gorgeous, and
I've
still
seen
to
her.
this day.
Oh, God. Well, it's like Tara Strong. I think it's Tara Strong, the original voice of Harley Quinn and a bunch of stuff, who the character was based on. Like, that's what people don't get. All her mannerisms. She was supposed to be a one and done. They did her as an homage and all that. Oh my God. But yes, wholeheartedly, I concur. A simple yes would suffice. No, I concur. Absolutely. Do not blow up the Enterprise. This is important. So yes, I absolutely. God, it's so nice to be among my peers, people who appreciate the finer things in life.
I did a sketch of not Baroness, but Scarlet. And Scarlet, and she actually got in, commented, said, "Very good. Now do me." Now, just like that. We lost Nick.
I am not touching that line.
Yeah.
Bye, Nick.
Nick's like, oh my God, you lucky man.
I'm sorry, you activated certain safety protocols where I will not respond for a moment when online. This is recorded for posterity.
It took me 2 days to respond, but I'm gonna tell you what, when the Baroness tells you to draw a picture of her, that's what you do. That's what you do. There
are a list of women in this world that I fear meeting, and I hate to say this because Mira Furlan recently passed, and I absolutely adored her as an actress. And I found her
absolutely gorgeous. Yes,
absolutely. But if I ever went to a con and I met her and she said, "We're going to battle, go fuck them up," it doesn't matter who they are. Okay, like. At the end of the day, when the Star Trek guys and the Star Wars guys would argue, I would follow Mira Furlan into literally hell and back for that smile. Because, damn. Okay.
Madam, you have my sword.
My sword. And it's just like, abso-fraggin-lutely. And I don't say that lightly, but like, I will never... I've heard a lot of speeches in film, a lot of things, and beauty and competence have to run side by side with me. I don't care how gorgeous someone is. Like, I love Charo. Everybody loves Charo. She was cute and fun and hoochie coochie. But at the end
But
of the
she's
day,
smart as hell.
the actress is far more impressive than the character. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that, like, freaking Mira Furlan, I would have just walked through fire for, and it's just I can't even explain it. It's like Aaron Gray. Aaron Gray, I still season 1 Colonel Deering. Yeah, let's do this. I'm game.
Um,
Oh,
Nick,
you
also,
didn't see the episode of Silver Spoons with her in the bikini.
Yes. Don't you doubt my authority on something like that. Don't you question me like, how dare you imply I did not see that? My friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ear and do a hand check. Oh, Waxana. Oh, God. Jean did so well, and people like gave her she's a cougar or whatever they were calling her back in the And while we're on the subject, I had the poster of Marina Sirtis in the blue dress on my wall from the Starlog magazine.
Mhm.
The one that had Tasha Yar on the back. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Still gorgeous.
Still gorgeous. Just abso-fraggin-lutely. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Nick, I agree with you about Mira Furlan, but Claudia Christian as Ivanova was also really hot and amazing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, please.
There was a trinity on the original Babylon 5 where you have Claudia Christian, Andrea Thompson, and Mira Furlan. This is called Heaven Sent right there. I have no problem with any of it. It's like 3 flavors of how do you want your hot this week? This is a cornucopia of variety. All of it is good. You want the Andrea Thompson should be torch singing at all times in a high slit dress. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
that
was definitely a hot scene.
Exactly, and then you got freaking Claudia. Well, she's also just a great person. She's just a lot of fun.
Oh hell yeah!
And bit of a hot take. I wasn't a big fan of season 5 of Babylon 5 as much. Lockley had her points, but Tracy, who played Lockie, there is an amazing woman. And if you ever see her behind the scenes when she's just geeking out, you'll fall entirely in love with the actress just for the raw joy. But yeah, Claudia Christian, she taught a friend of mine how to play pool, and I still kind of hate him for it.
There was something I saw back when I was younger. It was before Babylon 5.
Yes.
It was
Ron Bonsall.
It was Claudia Christensen with a sword.
Yes, I have seen that image. I have at points had posters of that image pre-fire. I am familiar.
I would be willing to paint that on a wall.
Well,
the larger the wall, the better.
Her stepping out of that car in the hidden is one of the most memorable scenes.
There you go. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Heck, her in the A-Team was fabulous.
She was hilarious and hexed.
And she's a great actress. I absolutely,
without a doubt, yeah, she can hold her own with anybody. I don't care if they're BBC trained or American trained.
The woman can just act.
Yeah,
Nick, another one.
She's got the presence. Once she knows what her character is, it's like lightning in a bottle. I mean, anytime she'll turn it on, she'll turn it off, and go home. But when she's
Babylon
on,
5,
she's on.
Patricia Talman was also another.
I follow Patricia Talman on Facebook. She's just I have a weakness for redheads. I'm married to a brunette who's a very, very dark redhead if you pay attention under the sun. But Patricia Talman is just a problem. You know what I mean? Like that is what gets you in trouble in life, is that walking by a Patricia Talman. That's the kind of woman where you walk by, and if you're not looking straight ahead and using every ounce, you could end up in a car chase real easy, getting shot at because of some woman like Patricia Talman. This is the voice of experience, folks. I've walked into the wrong place at the right time, and God, my life has been like a noir movie at points. A dame walked in, and it's usually Patricia Tallman or Andrea Thompson.
And then, of course, you have the guy playing Gaius Baltar on the revamp with Tricia Helfer on one side and Lucy Lawless on the other.
Oh God, Patricia Hefner gets no. She does not get the credit she deserves. She's an amazing, and Lucy Lawless, but everybody loves Lucy. Like if there's anybody who doesn't love Lucy Lawless, go away. I'm serious. Just log off, walk outside, look at the stars, think about your life, think about your choices, because you are wrong. There are many things I'll say that about, but yeah, and she's still got it. Like she's another on that list. Like just absolutely still got it.
And she looks great as a blonde or a brunette.
She just looks great, period. You know who's surprisingly, surprising is the right way, but ridiculously attractive for her age? Helen Mirren. If you want to talk about a woman who's still got absolutely it, like dang, Red is one of my favorite movies. Like Red is one of those movies I watch to feel better.
Red 2. The part where she's up on the hill shooting around all the Russian soldiers, and the KGB guy is there with her, and he's like, "I love the way your toes curl every time you pull the trigger."
Absolutely.
Karen Cox is hilarious as her interest in that movie.
God. Well, those are fabulous movies. We need more like that.
The great thing about Red and Red 2, especially Red, is I'm like, holy shit, John Malkovich is funny.
Oh God, I never thought I'd say this. Get the pig, and it's funny because I have a friend who has something very similar to the pig that he takes with him everywhere he goes, with rather similar content. Because the stuff he did in places, I have a lot of friends who spent time in what I like to call redacted Sam. There we go. Yeah, there are letters and numbers assigned to things that they don't talk. It just occurred to me. I hope I'm not freaking anybody out. I got a new mouse hawk and I haven't fit it to the handle. So I usually work on things when I'm watching Dan's show. So I've been sitting here tinkering with it, and I realized that's probably not something normal people do on shows like this. But
excuse me, when do I ever have normal people on my show?
I almost said Joe Dog, and I don't know if he'd be complimented or offended by that remark.
I think he'd be offended, believe me. So would everybody else here right now.
But you know what I mean.
We're definitely exceptional examples of whatever the fuck species we are.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what? One, wow. Two, that expression is totally justified on him in the back. And three, I want to see Scarlett Johansson do an adventure movie with Helen Mirren as her daughter.
I got a better one for you.
Hit me.
They go back and they do the Red Team before they retired from Seattle, like back during the 60s and 70s. And Scarlett Johansson plays Helen Mirren's character.
I only can add one more way to make that better. And it borders on sacrilege because she is deceased, but she is one of those people who define what I consider attractive in a woman. Diana Riggs, Mrs. Emma Peel. I would love to see Scarlett Johansson because I think she could pull it off.
Nope. Oh, what's her name? Played Marjorie Tyrell.
Oh my God! Yes, Natalie Dormier.
Thank you. That is Natalie Dormer. Because she, I mean, if they did that one picture of Diana Riggs from back in the 60s and Natalie Dormer, and they were basically doing the same pose, and they could be twin sisters. I mean, it was
one of my proudest moments was somebody asked my son at one point, we're at a library function. They ask, who's your favorite Avenger? And he looks at him and looks at me and says the same thing I said at his age. You can't have Emma Peel without Steed. And the whole place went dead silent. And I'm just like, I have raised it. And I remember my son being upset because why are they in color? Yes. And see, that's the problem. Not only do I find it's like the Trinity, hot, intelligent, and competent. You need these three for an actress to really get me. Bimbo characters don't do it for me. That is just hot.
Unless you know they're hamming it up.
Well, yeah, that's the Christina Applegate effect.
Yeah, well, no. There is still that Married with Children thing where I will not watch anything that any of those people are ever going to be in for the rest of their lives.
Really?
Because I cannot stand stupid. And if you go for a career based on being stupid, sorry, you lost me.
I would suggest giving Sons of Anarchy a try because the one that plays the wife,
Katie Seagal, is amazing. You got to realize a lot of them were getting their start in that. Ed O'Neill is a powerhouse when he's acting dramatically. He could, you wouldn't believe it. But,
he did a French Connection movie.
Yeah. But
she did. Oh God. The Cyclops from the cartoon
Futurama.
Yeah, there. Thank you.
Her voice acting was phenomenal.
But she's phenomenal. But I can't stand stupid.
Oh no, I understand. The other thing you have to realize is you can't watch Married with Children thinking it's a sitcom because it really isn't.
It's a parody of sitcoms.
Well, it's not just a parody of sitcoms. It is a biting social commentary of Chicago at the time. Because I grew up in that era, and if you look back, growing up, I thought it was a comedy. As an adult looking back, the are we getting Christmas presents or is Dad getting breaks? No breaks, Daddy's home. I mean, that just took it's one of those. There are horrific parts of it, and then there are brilliant parts to it.
My favorite one was the Christmas episode where Sam Kinison Al was going to kill himself.
Yes,
and Sam Kinison they were doing a takeoff on It's a Wonderful Life, and Sam Kinison played Al's guardian angel. And he shows up and he asked Al. He walks up and he goes, "Is this so and so and so and so the Bundy residence?" And Al looks at him and goes, "Yeah." And Sam Kinison looks up in God and goes, "Why me?" Ah!
Dan, I will tell you another two movies that Ed O'Neill is in. He's absolutely surprisingly good in. One is Little Giants.
Yes.
Where he plays the older brother of oh crap, what's his name?
You are allowed to have senior moments just as often as me.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Rick Moranis.
Yeah, Rick Moranis.
Yeah, Rick Moranis.
That he plays his younger brother. It's a cute little kids movie, centered around Little League football. And there's a holiday movie he's in called Dutch, where he actually plays the boyfriend of a divorced mom, and the kids, dad's playing the kid off against the mom and trying to generate friction between the stepmom and her boyfriend. And you can actually see parts of 41 Highway where they filmed it when they're driving through.
For a minute there, I was afraid you were going to say he played a former showrunner for Hallowcon.
So it's actually a pretty good movie.
Now, the important thing is he plays a show that I don't give a dang about, with Sofia Vergara. And the important thing is Sofia Vergara is involved. Modern Family or something.
Yeah,
And there is
I
one.
don't care for that.
No. There's one clip that matters of the whole series. I've seen this. She comes up and she goes, "Honey, I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to join me?" And it's Sofia Vergara, who is a poor person's Selma Hayek. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I'm going to let it go. Absolutely gorgeous Latina woman.
At least she didn't say Charo.
Charles,
Which she,
yeah, I you know what? I can see the point.
She probably is this 21st century Charles.
That's not a bad.
If you think about it.
But
Charles is an act.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Beautiful one. But Ed O'Neill looks at her and goes, "Honey, if you go in the garage right now, under where my wrenches are, there's a footlocker. In that footlocker is a gun. Okay? If you ever ask me, do you want to come shower with me? And I say no, I want you to go out in that gun and go out, get that gun and shoot me in the head because I've clearly lost my will to live." It's just one of those moments where it's like, yes, absolutely. I also have this thing where I like.
Hey, everybody.
Good night, John. The idea
Night, John.
of depicting married couples where they actually like each other. I know this has gone out of fashion, but it's kind of cool to occasionally see some people who are like happy to like be married and like each other. It doesn't get depicted anymore, you know.
So
two semi-related stories, Nick. Ed O'Neill was in the airport one time.
Yes,
and he was clearly trying not to be. And someone came up to him and was very nice and subtle in their approach. Says, "Hi, I know you're busy and I know you're ready and I know how it is. Said, but I would love to get a picture taken of you with you if you don't mind." And because she was nice and all, he agreed to it. And he didn't realize who it was. It was Britney Spears.
Yep.
And the thing about Sofia Vergara is her significant other is Joe Manganiello, and he, not only in addition to playing Magic Mike and True Blood, is a big D&D fan.
Yep, I'm familiar with that name.
So
more from the D&D from the other side.
Yeah.
So if we're done talking about Ed O'Neill and we can get back to talking about beautiful women over the years,
Please
and
do.
that Nick, I got to show you another one of my Facebook friends. She's a very dear person. Nick, you probably know who she is. Dan, you might, simply because of where she come from. And I never can get this right.
I can't see the name.
It's not
I can't see the picture that good either.
Okay, let me do a different picture.
Well,
that's her there.
Is that Linda Ronstadt?
Oh. Nope. That's Caroline Ellis, who played on the Bugaloos.
Oh, I remember the Bugaloos.
Remember the Bugaloos or the Sid and Marty Krofft?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, and that's was one of her old pictures, but I want to show you. I want to show you a picture of Caroline Ellis today. This woman has really held up quite well. And okay, and that's her. Wow. That's her on the right.
Right.
And I think the other woman is her daughter. And but she's one of these people like Olivia Newton-John who just ages quite well.
Olivia is so beautiful.
She actually looks like a classic Doctor Who companion.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, very much.
Olivia Newton-John is still beautiful. She was the one I was.
Yeah. Oh, I guess this. I'm sorry. This was not her daughter, but sister-in-law, who she had just lost. This was from April 2019. So that was a picture of her with her sister-in-law. But yeah, she and I do Bugaloos in Every Day is Saturday group, and that in particularly on Saturday mornings, because that's when I'll showcase everything throughout the week, but Saturday morning pertains more to Saturday morning cartoons as opposed to G.I. Joe or Transformers or something that never was Saturday morning. And one Saturday morning I did Buku, Sid and Marty Krofft stuff all day long. I mean, I did the Bugaloos and that, and she came in there and she said, "Thank you for including us on that." Well, how can you not include the Bugaloos?
Really?
Sid and Marty Krofft and that, and I also did Land of the Lost and that because I have Wesley Ure and Kathy Coleman as Facebook friends who was Will and Holly, in Land of the Lost, but yeah, I found a whole ton I even found The Lost Saucer with Jim Neighbors and Ruth Buzzy.
Wow, now we're
and that one was a little short-lived, but
well, yeah, they didn't know how to write for it.
No, well, they did what was the one that they did? Bob Denver was in it, and it was almost like Far Out Space Nuts.
Yeah,
and it just, I'm trying to think of who was it, Chuck McCann, or who the character was, but basically it was like Gilligan and Skipper went to outer space,
They were trying to cash in on something that had already passed its prime 20 years before.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you had the Harlem Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island, you knew they kind of jumped the shark.
Oh, God. You know what, though?
No, the shark jumped them.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, but I think Gilligan's Island is one of those great nebulous fun shows.
Oh, I still watch it every Sunday.
There's some shows that I call it the bass fishing effect, where I won't go looking for a bass fishing show, but if I'm scrolling through a TV and I ever come across somebody fishing, I will stop and watch it for at least 15 minutes. I can't help it. It's mechanical. It's like I've never dropped into Gilligan's Island and not just stopped wherever it is. I'll watch the rest, just sit back. It's like, you talk cereal. That is one of the most perfect. That's like a midday cereal. That's where you just grab the box and you're just sitting here with like Captain Crunch or something ridiculous. Like, totally unhealthy. Healthy cereal need not apply for this one. And you're watching, how are they going to get out of this time? And the suspension of disbelief is so far gone that, like, it doesn't matter. Like, half the world had to know they were there. Because they bumped into everybody. But,
well,
I grew up in a generation where I was a teenager of the 70s. So being that there were very little cartoons on during the week other than Warner Brothers. But we would come home from school, and there was Gilligan's Island on. There was the Monkees. There was the Partridge Family, and and you got a lot of this stuff that is like, oh, I'll do my homework, Mom. Just let me finish watching the Partridge Family. I'm going to see what song they're going to be singing or whatever, and so, but everybody, because we were basically mostly too young. When these shows were out brand new, with the exception of the Partridge Family, of course, but like Gilligan's Island and the Monkees, and well, we was 4 or 5 years old at the time or something, and so we couldn't appreciate it the same way. And then we would go back to school the next day, and there's people, talking about, hey, did you watch Gilligan's Island yesterday? And that, I really thought they were going to get off that island.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Wrong Way Feldman was really going to help them get off the island.
Well, that's going to happen. Yeah.
Well, see, my dad hated cartoons. He absolutely hated cartoons. He thought they were mind-rotting. So I didn't get to watch them till very much later in life. But I grew up with, either the old black and white Zorros, because those were what were aired on the channels I could watch, the Westerns, and then what I consider the live action cartoons of the era. So you got Wild Wild West, you have Batman, Bruce Wayne. I'm sorry, my brain keeps spitting out, the real Batman, and then everybody else, Adam West Batman. And then like
Green Hornet,
Hogan's Heroes, that era when and I look back and I realized that to them color was still a novelty. So Jim West's suit would be a different color every week, and they'd have all they reveled in color. And I think that's why I can't stand modern dark gritty movies anymore, because I'm like, you have all this to use and you use dark gritty background and it's depressing when I'm done. It's like, I know the bad guy wins in real life. I don't want that when I sit down for entertainment. I want to see the good guy win. I want to see like King Tut or God, I can't remember the actor's name, but he played like the count on the magician count on Wild Wild West. God, just hilarious bit villain actor. I can't think of his name. He played King Tut all the way through. Or, Julie Newmar. Oh, you know what I mean?
Victor Bono.
But before they started the cartoons on the weekday afternoons, Three Stooges were something that I enjoyed watching.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And going back to Pretty Women from that era, I was always more of a Bailey fan on WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh, my goodness.
When you had Bailey without her glasses, you realized how beautiful she was.
Well, she was pretty with them. I didn't give a shit.
Damn straight.
There is a whole generation of the Velma Mary. I almost said Mary Jane. Anyway, but the people who understood that there's the hot woman and the one we're not supposed to think is hot, and we're like, no, I'm just gonna, So yeah, I get it. I totally get it. Shoot. To this day, Night Court I will say the original run of Night Court was the funniest series probably ever put out.
Oh,
I can't not watch watching Night Court with Harry Anderson and David Larroquette. There's a hilarious, but you had Marky Post back in the day. Like she was far more attractive than she had any right.
Oh, did you see her on Buck Rogers?
Yes, I did.
In that red outfit? Oh,
yes, I did.
Oh.
Shoot, I have Buck Rogers on DVD, and I've about worn it out because my son and I sit and watch Buck Rogers because I want him to watch, I know we can watch that, and I'm not going to have to deal with language or excessive violence. And Buck Rogers was across the board had every flavor of hot. I swear.
Yes, but still, you and your son pause the videos at different places.
Yeah. Look, Dad, there's Aaron Gray again. Stop the video. Stop the...
Not to mention there was Dorothy Stratton before she was tragically murdered in a beauty contest. Imagine that. And then you
And
know,
what was the sitcom that Aaron Gray was in the 80s
Silver
with
Spoons.
Ricky Schroeder?
Silver Spoons.
Silver Spoons. I think she was even more attractive
Oh yeah.
there as a brunette.
And another one who was underappreciated was Mary Lou Henner.
Well, Mary,
Mm.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you that she was underappreciated, because Mary Lou Henner had a following in certain circles, and I was proudly, gymnastics are a wonderful thing, and Mary Lou Henner was just, yes, absolutely, God, now I gotta go back to man.
And what about that Dorothy Hamill and that Dorothy Hamill do? I swear, when she became popular, all these girls got those hairdos, and I'm like, why? Why?
Well, it's interesting. I was having a musical conversation with my wife about actresses who aged well, and people forgot were just how incredibly attractive they were, of an older set than even what we're talking about now. And we stumbled across folks like Angela Lansbury. Everyone thinks of Angela Lansbury from Murder, She Wrote, and I'm like, you need to back that up, because that woman weaponized the Cockney accent in ways that should have never been weaponized. I'm really dating my interests here, but good Lord, that woman was up.
Myrna Loy.
Oh my.
Oh yeah.
God.
She was my favorite. She is still my favorite actress. And her playing Nora Charles in the Thin Man movies was the best.
You get her and William Powell together, and you have magic. I mean, absolutely. You put them together. I don't even care if they've got a script. They could just ad lib for 90 minutes, and it's a good movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. One of the favorite phrases that she always used to say in those movies was, of course, all these hardened criminals would come up to Nick Charles and then treat him like he was their best friend in the world. And yeah, you put me away for 10 years and the best thing that ever happened to me, and anything I can do for you or whatever. And these tough looking thugs, and then he looks over at Nora Charles and she says something about, darling, you have the best friends in the world.
You have the most interesting friends.
God.
And then the little nose thing that William Powell and Myrna Loy used to do back and forth to each other, when one would get the other one, that was really something else.
What? Oh God. I just watched not too long ago, I want to say Topper Returns. And the ghost girl in that, oh God, I lost her name, but just staggeringly beautiful. I had to look her up, and she did all sorts of things, but the
only thing I can mention that is probably PG rated that she was in, but I thought she was one of the great beauties back in the day. The Fifth Musketeer was Sylvia Crystal.
Oh, okay. Just I'll throw that out there. Yeah.
She had beautiful eyes, and the rest of her was just as equally as beautiful.
You brought up Musketeers, and if you haven't seen the British with Michael York Three Musketeers that follow nothing like the book, because they didn't want to make the British look bad, and it had Raquel Welch as Constance. And it even had I can't remember the actor's name, but it was Captain Peacock from
Are You Being Served? Yeah.
Has a bit thing where Constance is trying to sneak out of the situation, and she jumps on the side of a carriage, and the window just happens to be poised so right, so you have Captain Peacock in period like Georgian gear or whatever, and Raquel Welch is almost inside the carriage. Oh my Lord. I'm sorry, you took me to that mental period. As soon as you said Musketeer, that scene went running through my head. With Charlton Heston as Richelieu, and God, who?
It sounds like it brought up some pleasant memories.
Oh God, this classic film. And if you haven't gotten to see those old versions, they are phenomenal.
And I will tell you another one who I thought was pretty in an understated way was the female reporter on the A-Team that kind of got phased out after the first season.
AAA, Amy something Allen. Yeah, I remember her. Oh,
I think Melinda Kalia was her real name.
Yes, it was Melinda Kalia, I think.
Yeah.
Culea. I'm horrible with names, and I can absolutely. She was a type. She was a type.
She was one of those that wouldn't make you. As I like to say, she wouldn't at the first look make you go wow, but when you took a look, like, hey, there's something about this girl.
No, she was the kind. There's like the hot that stops you in your tracks, but also comes with every warning label in the back of your mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then there's the I would take that woman home. You know what I'm saying? And she definitely was that class of attractive. You know, and it gets you one who could do both. You know?
Yeah. Well, the thing I like to say about that kind is at first look, she might not make you, right away. But when you look again, you're like, there's more to this one than a lot of people see.
Well, that's the Velma effect, and that's where I always go.
Yes, Stan.
If I may interject, what
do.
What Nick was saying was, you have Stupefying Jones, and you have Betty Page.
Yes.
And neither one of them you want to take home to Mama while Daddy's home.
Yeah, because you don't want Daddy trying to cut in on you.
Oh, Lord, no. Because he got smoother moves than I ever had. So...
I was rewatching not the Shadow, Dark Shadows. I love Dark Shadows.
Oh yeah.
And
I used to run home from school so I could watch that with my cousin who was babysitting us through the summer. And then don't ask me why I was going to school through the summer, because it was Athens, Georgia, and I was making good grades, and they wanted me to keep going to class. So
I get it. But God, I lost her name. But she played Elizabeth Stoddard Collins, and it wasn't pretty, but it was like there's a hard beauty that sometimes the older actresses had, where there was just this presence. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I do entirely.
It is a crime that I can't remember her name right now. It's just the effect of it being nearly 3 a.m.
Well, I will tell you another one that is one of those damn at first looks. Lisette Anthony from Kroll and a couple of Bryan Adams videos.
Yes.
I mean, she could have been arguably called one of the most beautiful women on the planet at the time.
I have run across several of those. It just, as a fan of different movies or different stories where they would be featured on a cover of a book or something, and you just look and you go, I could fall into those eyes forever.
Rosemary Clooney.
George's aunt. Yeah, George's aunt. Yeah.
Rosemary
and Miguel
Clooney.
Ferrer's mom.
Yeah. Dinah
Well,
Shore.
Jose Ferrer's. No, Miguel was the son. That's right. Jose was the father. I will tell you another one back in the day. She's passed away, but I thought she was gorgeous. Was Sonia Henney.
Yeah.
If you ever saw any of her musical movies and her Olympic performances, she was the first one to do a triple axel, if I'm not mistaken.
See, oh god, I am so.
I
mad
hope
at the
I heard that
internet right now.
correctly.
Triple axle.
Yes, yes.
AXLE.
That's what I hoped I heard.
Yo, I am so sorry. I almost quoted Shaun of the Dead and got us all in trouble. Because no. What you're thinking about is a coccicidal maniac, and that's a whole different, Oh,
Nick, Joan Bennett played Elizabeth Stoddard
Joan
Collins.
Bennett, thank you. And I
I couldn't remember it either, so I ended up having to Google it.
I Google it, but it'd crash my internet if I did.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Sid and Marty Krofft era, both Deidre Hall and the one that played Dinah Girl have aged remarkably well as well.
Well, see, back in the day,
Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. Yes, I remember that well.
Oh, Deidre Hall.
I think if you look at the older generations of actresses, they hold up better, in part because they were picked to look like women. Now, bear with me. Modern actresses very often are picked to look young.
Yep.
And the young look doesn't always age well.
Yep.
There's a transition period that I think, because like we're if you look at modern depiction, they have 20-somethings playing teenagers, and they don't look like teenagers, and they don't age right, and then they do plastic surgery. And I will always say I would rather see a woman with wrinkles than Botox 1,000 times over, because it just the uncanny valley. And I've seen so many truly gorgeous actresses who went that route. And then you see somebody like, there's a point where you reach a certain age where your skin tone changes and you don't look right without gray hair. You know what I mean? And these women, they dye their hair and that doesn't match. So then they have to make up to try to match their dyed hair. And it's like you throw them in a creek and they all melt away down the road. And then you have
there's such a thing as having too much work done.
Yeah.
There's some of them that get way too much work than they need.
Yeah, look what happened to Kenny Rogers.
Good.
Oh my God, that was a nightmare.
For a while, I genuinely wondered if he wasn't switched out. I'm like, what is that? Well, that's Kenny Rogers, and he's doing a duet with Dolly. I'm like, that's Dolly.
Yeah, but she's had a little bit too much work done too. She lost too much weight.
Yeah, she's had quite a little bit here in the last 15 years.
She's progressively done so, and it's still been done subtly compared to these women who try to go like there's a period where everybody's trying to look like Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
And even Angelina Jolie couldn't keep up looking like Angelina Jolie. And that whole Be Stung thing, and then the starving, that whole look just did not hit.
Well, if you like the Angelina Jolie look, and here I'm going to go back to another Saturday morning live action show.
Please do.
Joanna Cameron, who played Isis on The Secrets of Isis, and that if you see pictures of her today, my friend John Davey, who played the second Captain Marvel, but predominantly played Captain Marvel with Joanna Cameron, doing the crossovers with Isis and that. He did I'm friends with John and Jackson Bostwick both, so both Captain Marvels, and then I'm also friends with Garrett Craig, who played Captain Marvel in the Legends of the Superhero thing from 1978, I think, or whatever. But John Davey put pictures of a pre-COVID convention that he did with Michael Gray and Joanna Cameron and that. And I mean to tell you, she held up quite well. You could tell she's older and that, but there's no cosmetic look or work, or if there is, it's so little that you can't tell.
I have to apologize to you because I only was able to partially follow that. And the reason is you said Joanna, and my brain went Lumley. And as soon as the word Joanna Lumley went across my mind, I was fighting images from Sapphire and Steel to listen to what you were talking about. So I was listening, but if it looked like I was struggling a minute there, it was just because, like,
You're absolutely fabulous, darling.
Oh God,
Yeah.
pardon. So yeah, I agree. You make incredibly valid points, but
I was just about to ask who he was talking about because I didn't recognize it by the name, but as soon as you said AbFab,
Yeah,
then
well,
it fit together.
Here's another reference: Dalek Bumps.
Yeah.
I think I can find the on switch.
That woman could save the universe in a heartbeat by just being, "Are you certain about that?" And they would stop. Daleks would stop for Joanna.
Oh, I thought of another one, guys. Remember Scarecrow, Mrs. King?
Yes.
Definitely.
The other girl, she was in Animal House, and I can't think of her name, but she was.
Oh, I can see her crystal.
Was it Barbara Hershey or something like that?
Barbara Hershey is.
No.
Her name might have been Barbara, but it wasn't Hershey because this girl was a blonde.
Oh, okay. Not who I'm thinking of. Well, you said Scarecrow and Mrs. King. At first, I thought you was going to be talking about Kate Jackson. But...
Well, I mean, she did age kind of well, but the other girl was hot.
Well, good grief. When you're talking about aging, no. Come on. Our memories of these actresses are inviolate and forever.
Right.
We don't have to criticize the way that time has treated them since we were introduced to their most memorable characters. This is not a criticism.
No.
This is more like, oh my God.
Oh, she's still attractive, like I said. She just I was trying to think of.
But we're starting to sound really sexist here, guys.
No. That was not my intention.
I know it's not any of our intention, but we're accidentally going that way.
I'll gladly talk about actors who are well preserved too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Because look at Timothy Dalton. You want somebody who's painfully well preserved. Good Lord, that man could be Bond right now. Pierce Brosnan. Basically, any Bond could still be Bond at any point as long as they're alive.
Yeah.
No. Pierce Brosnan really deserves to be the stainless steel rat.
Ooh. You know what? If I woke my wife up right now and I said that, she'd agree. Slug me for waking up and roll back over. But yes, absolutely.
I have thought that for 40 years, 30 years at least.
I think Sam Jones has aged fairly well. The one that played Flash Gordon in the 1980 movie.
And he still could. He really still could.
Oh, you want to talk to Sam? Freaking Sam Elliott. That guy's got to be a vampire or something. He just...
Excuse me.
Well, the thing about Sam is he's married to Catherine Ross, and she's a beauty in her own right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's... I think that's necessary. I really think if you pay attention, the people who stay preserved well are the ones who are also in a long-term relationship, and they're not doing the hopping between even younger actresses like Allison Hannigan. She's been married forever. And I lost the guy's name. He played Wesley on Buffy and Angel, and I hated his guts. But he's a great actor. But he was the kind of character you're supposed to hate. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But,
Wesley or Xander?
Wesley, the guy who tried to replace Giles halfway through and then hopped over to Angel.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I know.
Alex Denisoff, I think. But
Well,
I mean, when you have an actress who's been married or an actor who has again, Pierce Brosnan. I just recently shared a picture of him and his wife. They've been married forever. You never hear about them in things. And I think the married life means they're not getting into the drugs. They're not getting... Because being married, if you're married right, I think keeps you humble. Because the good spouse will not let you have an ego.
Well, not only that, you're not... Especially if neither one of you are into the Hollywood party scene.
Right.
It keeps you out of so much trouble.
Really?
And I think that just ages people. It's like I've known too many people who it's like I have friends of the exact same age. I've known sisters where one didn't smoke and the other did, and one looks like they got shoe leather, you know what I mean? And the other doesn't look they get carded for an R-rated movie. You know?
Well, Diane Lane, she still looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And she was the one that John Bon Jovi wrote the song "You Give Love a Bad Name" about.
Yeah, well,
because if you listen to the behind the scenes of The Outsiders on the DVD, a bunch of the guys just keep talking about how beautiful she was and how much hell they give her on the set with practical jokes and stuff.
Hey guys, I gotta say, over here it's 2 a.m. Central, and Dan, I'll pull on you what I pull on Brian on his show. I'll say, Dan, great shoe as always, but I don't want the high-heeled platform shoes with the goldfish swimming in the plastic heels. But anyway,
obviously you're not a Cheech and Chong fan.
No, well, I'm a Cheech and Chong fan, but anyway, yeah. But anyway, though, I do have some. I got some obligations tomorrow, and then like I say, we got to. Anytime we get ready to do a Chicago trip, I have preparations to make, which means some other things that I normally would do on that day got to get pushed to another day or brought back to another day. But anyway, so I'm going to have to boogie. But Dan, thank you as always for allowing me to occupy space on your show, and same as with Joe and his show, and Nick and Chris.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. You are one of the most fascinating people that I know. So is Nick. So is Chris, and so is Joe, but in a more perverse way.
And we love seeing Josh's ceiling tonight, and so I'll say that's the best ceiling that I've seen out there. So anyway.
Well, we should try and not make him roll on the floor so often. But,
we gotta.
The man will
and I really thought he was going to stay up for all this show too, because he did tell me, he confessed that because since he got the AC going in his house now and it got his house cooled down, that he slept for most of the day. And then when I dinged him on the Zello walkie-talkie app, when I'm leaving from Laura and her dad, this is like 5:30, and he's like, yeah, I just got up, and I'm like, oh, well, you'll be really good for the shows tonight, but it didn't happen. But I think it was frosty beverages.
We can only hope that Mrs. Josh had other plans for him, darling.
Well, and that might have been the other reason why we saw the ceiling in his room too. She might have She might have hit him with the pots and pans and just had the microphone off, so we couldn't hear it.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been the case for the rolling pin and dragging by the hair into the bedroom sort of thing. So,
And I'll tell you that the
Don't die,
backstory of the joke behind Josh's pots and pans thing was Josh used to leave all of his notifications on when he got on Zello. So while he's talking, there's all these different noises from different notifications, because even though he's talking to us on Zello, he's still running the United Weather Network group, and he might be following some hurricane or tornado or something or other. But one of the sound effects for one of his notifications, it sounded like pots and pans clanging and banging and that. And then somebody made a reference saying, well, that's Josh's wife, Kimberly, letting him know in no uncertain terms it's time for him to get off. So whenever you hear Josh or myself talk about the pots and pans, that's what it's about. But
I'm so not touching that line until
Friday.
Yeah.
But you guys have a great rest of the weekend that you have, and vaya con Dios to all of you.
Bill, have a great weekend yourself, and
Thank you.
Best of luck, and be careful. You're
Yeah.
going to be in traffic. Be careful.
Vaya con
yeah.
Dios, and be safe in Chicago.
Gracias. All right. Bye-bye.
De nada.
Got to buy that man a machine gun if he's going to keep going to Chicago.
I learned to drive on I-94. If you can't duck bullets by 14, you don't belong in Northwest Indiana, let alone Illinois.
I learned to drive in Atlanta.
Atlanta?
So scared.
Yep.
No, see, the problem is in Atlanta, they aim. See, they shoot less because they can aim in the South. You know, you got a lot of more sideways blasting that you don't really have to. You're 15 feet away. He won't hit you. But somebody,
I do have a confession to make. I used to ride a motorcycle in 285 rush hour traffic. I am a very brave or very stupid man.
Let's confirm
Probably
you're just
both.
lucky. You're a very lucky man.
I got you beat, Dan. I used to walk around downtown Atlanta at 8 o'clock at night.
Near the courthouse?
Near 5 Points.
Oh, fuck. You are a brave sumbitch.
And I will tell you something else. My one time in Chicago, I walked Halstead Street at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Welcome to the club. MLK, 2:30 in the morning. Pershing Street, 2 o'clock in the morning, where you're tanking up your car and there's a guy standing, one hand putting gas in his car, the other with his dick out, hosing down the because I spent too long at this place called the Aragon Ballroom listening to a band called Nightwish sing operatic dark metal.
I'm familiar with Nightwish.
I remember Nightwish, yes.
Yeah, oh my God. One of those, like I said, I end up in places where Where's Waldo is, you see the sea of people in all black with shades. You got some old school hippie goths. Up top, you got people with actual bodyguards and submachine guns under their trenches on that top balcony. And my fat butt sitting there with a flame-painted cane, a tweed snap brim hat, and a Hawaiian shirt. Like, one of these things is not like the other. Like, I've ended up in blues clubs where when the lights came up, it was a shock to everyone around me that I was there. And at one point I didn't realize I was in the wrong club with the right friend.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm standing there, I've got my cane, and everybody swivels around, and you could feel the room shift. And I go, just play with it. And I put my hand on the dude's shoulder, and I start tapping with my cane. And walk me out. Tap, 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 tap. They said something. He goes, "Tell him I don't know. I'm not black." What? Just trust me. Dude, he's adopted. He doesn't know he's not black. Honestly, like, you shit me. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry. I'm just here for the tunes, man. Do tap tap tap. I'm blind man tapping my way out of this club. You know? Oh, I always end up in these situations. You know, we stopped in the Florida Panhandle, right, to get some boiled peanuts, and we're doing fine. We didn't stop at the nice stand. No, but my dad and I, we pull over. We're in a big RV. We go in to get some of these peanuts. He's like, "Why?" "I trust me, Dad. This is good stuff." We go to get there, and everything's fine. They're all nice till my dad talks. My dad has not a trace of accent of any kind. And the whole he turned on the blinking Yankee sign. I swear. And I literally heard holsters start unsnapping in the back of this place. You know,
Oh man.
because we're in the like, you know, you got the road you're supposed to be on, the road you're not supposed to be on, and then this potholed county road where you're shooing alligators off the side kind of place. Want to guess where we are? And the whole place starts looking. I'm like, "Friends, we had nothing to do with the war of northern aggression. We just want some good peanuts and get out of here. That's all we about." And there's laughing, and we got out there. But it's like, I've spent so much of my life ending up in the wrong place. Like, I keep a shovel. You don't see it. It's strapped to my back. Just like, hold on, I'll shovel this out. Shit, bullshit, 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 bullshit. You know? Someone's asked me what my theme song is. I'll tell you what my theme song is. It's Give Me 3 Steps. You know, no song has defined my life more than "Give Me 3 Steps." And it's funny because I've told people in that situation, "No, man, just all I'm going to say is give me 3 steps, mister, and I'll be right out the door." And I've had them laugh with that. Somewhere between that and Uneasy Rider by, oh, God. Charlie Daniels, man.
Mm-hmm.
Except I know better than to come around. If you get out, you get out. You don't mess with them because they probably have shotguns.
Yeah.
So, you know? So, yeah, I get it. And but that's life. I think we should. Some of the best experiences are born from being places people wouldn't expect you to be.
Yes, and having to get out of situations that could get out of hand easily, you learn how to improvise on the move.
And well, then you start getting in trouble.
You do know that how much trouble I have gotten into with this accent in the South.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they go, "You ain't from around here, are you?" And I go, "Yes, hell I am. I'm from right over there. Third fence post on the right, motherfucker."
And then their jaw probably drops like, "I'll be damned."
Yeah, I can do the local accent, but I also have my own, and it is the Knoxville nuclear built accent.
Well, the funny thing is, I was in college, and I know I sound like a redneck, but I actually can form complete sentences at times, and talk like I halfway know what I'm talking
about. Don't really sound like a redneck. I'm serious. You sound like an educated person, which is exactly the opposite of the redneck that I have had to portray as a character for most of my life in order to not get beaten the crap out of.
But I had a college buddy that we used to do team trivia, and he was trying to think of a band and some of the members in it. And I said, "Are you talking about Richie Foray?" And he's like, "You're not supposed to be old enough to know who Richie Foray is." And because he's in Flying Burrito Brothers.
I've watched the Woodstock movie. Come on.
Well, no, I just knew it because I was a big fan of Poco and Firefall, and I knew a little bit about music. I mean, I know there's people that know more than I do, but I can hold my own with a few folks.
I just know most of what I like, and I say that most of because I listen to. Well, you grew up around Chicago. I grew up in
Mhm.
Northwest Indiana. There are a
And
couple
the
things you learn.
DJs do not always say who is on the radio at the time.
Well, it's
Exactly.
like I grew up listening to good country you can identify, but good blues, good instrumental blues and jazz. What my favorite station for a long period of my life was WNUA 95.5, smooth jazz with Ramsey Lewis. This would be playing, and it's like smooth jazz, smooth blues. Do you know what you're listening to? If you don't know Miles Davis as a name, and you hear My Kind of Blue, So What from the My Kind of Blue album, everybody knows that tune, right? Who travels in that circle.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you find out? Like, what do you like? I like that song. That how do you describe instrumental blues? Or like, I used to catch a Spanish.
That's rather difficult to Google. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, and I grew up with. I found a kind of pirate techno radio for a while. Electronica, techno, some really good stuff early on. Back when it was still branched with experimental jazz.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I love this stuff. I love this stuff. Can I tell you who did it or where or ever find it again? Nah.
Oh! I just saw something tonight. Rick Wakeman is doing another concert tour.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yes. I mean, this man. One of the first albums I ever bought. Journey to the Center of the Earth. I'm telling you, we ain't got much longer with him because he's
getting up there in age.
He is at least 10 years my senior, and he still plays that solo that you cannot see his fingers move. They are going so fast.
Him and Keith Emerson are probably two of the most progressive rock keyboard players that were just.
And we lost Keith.
Yep.
A few years back.
Jeff Downs is kind of in between that progressive rock and new wave era. He can do both, but he's not. I don't consider him truly one or the other. He's more of a blend of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that where the best music is? Like, if you were to take like blues and jazz and like new wave and electronica, the good country. There's a point because that's where I have trouble describing what music I like. Where like if it's a playlist that could have B.B. King, Johnny Cash,
Adamant, what was the
Amy
one? What was the one?
Nightwish. I can't think of I lost her name. Janis Joplin, but yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, Nick, that music was crafted and creative and took a little bit of time and effort to make. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just mass produced electronic computer MIDI drivel.
No.
And it had a soul.
It was made by musicians. It wasn't made by a corporation.
And it had a groove.
I have whole philosophical lectures on the pursuit of the groove. But I was talking to friends and I'm like, there used to be a mythological creature called a singer-songwriter.
Yeah.
But
some of my favorite music was probably from we'll say early 60s through late 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was some of the richest time frame of music and songs and collaborations and sort of intermingling because you had that Southern California singer, songwriter, country rock, influence stuff. And
hey, I was like 20 before I realized half of my favorite songs at the time were done by the Eagles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I hate to put it that way, but like,
well, I call them America's band.
Oh yeah.
Y'all are familiar with a band called Mother's Finest, right?
Yes. Baby Love will always be one
of
my
yeah.
songs.
Yeah. Now
They
used to play
her vocals.
They used to play one of the bars in Athens like 6 times a year back in the shall we say late 70s, early 80s.
Boy, unless I'm in church
I'm
or something,
old, yeah.
I hear her start saying there is no other to compare to you.
Oh,
that
Lord,
volume
yeah.
control is going up.
That will take you to church. Let me tell you.
And
that woman would.
That's it. I gotta be careful. Gotta be careful though. See, it's coming up on my birthday, and there are rules I've found as gentlemen of age.
Mm-hmm.
When you get near your birthday, do you follow the rules like don't listen to Bob Seger near your birthday? Like I found as I get older, I can't listen to like anything by Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band around my birthday, or you're gonna be wistful as fuck, and you're gonna be, pardon my French, be up at 3 a.m. looking out the window, drinking coffee, listening to like Night Moves or something. Yeah,
no, but
I've found it easy to resist that temptation, but if for some reason I find myself thinking of David Allan Coe and the 3 songs that he did that were not, shall we say,
fit for public broadcast and consumption.
Well, I was going to say not racist as fuck, but yeah,
that too.
Yeah, and there are a few other. I have followed a few of the more modern country bands. And usually it's solo artists that instead of an entire band, because they pick the best studio guys to record with.
Right.
And then there are these things like I will go back and there's a Procol Harum doing something live in their 60s in Norway or something, and it's like, you want to hear Whiter Shade of Pale, and this is like, okay, we've had 50 years to figure out how to sing this. Now we're going to do it for you. This is the way we meant it in the 60s.
Speaking of that particular song, there was a short-lived supergroup that did a tour in the early 80s called HSAS, stood for Hagar, Sean, Aronson, and Shreve. And they did one of the best covers of that song I've ever heard. I hope you get a chance to listen to it. It is truly amazing.
One of the best concerts I ever attended was Boston and Sammy Hagar at the University of Georgia Coliseum, which is a big concrete dome with the worst acoustics in the entire freaking world, because it's a basketball stadium.
Yeah.
And Boston came in and played their butts off, and it was just absolutely fantastic. And then Sammy Hagar came on and had a stomp box that just, it blew Boston right out of the stadium. Well, basically. Sammy. Yeah, I know. And this is when nobody knew who he was.
Right.
Another good thing I got to listen to was ELO in the Round at a at a venue in Atlanta that no longer exists because it got torn down to build another stadium for the freaking Braves. The Omni. Same place I got to hear Donovan and Yes. Same place I got to hear Emerson, Lake and Palmer 6 rows from the stage. Floor seats. And you know the part where everybody gets their cigarette lighters and go, bring us back an encore, an encore. And I go, here's a lightsaber.
Nice.
And Keith Emerson just looked at me. And I'm going, yeah, I did that. I'm an old guy. I'm only 23. I'm an old guy, okay?
No, I get it.
I had the attitude even back then. And I swear that was one of the, they didn't have an opening act. It was just them.
Yeah.
It was like 2.5, 3 hours, just them.
Oh, I got to see Journey. Now, granted, it wasn't with Steve Perry. It was with Steve Algeri at a place called Wild Adventures in Valdosta, which is a combination theme park and zoo.
Let's see. You know, a concert that was a blast to go to, I got to hear Winona Judd.
Oh, wow.
Winona
She's
came,
impressive.
and we were like, it was a gift from my friend, my wife's aunt won tickets from Radio Shack. So we had just got married. It opened with Steve Azar, and nobody knew who he was. So he played I Don't Gotta Be Me Till Monday. So he played like 2 songs to warm up. Winona did 3 different encores. And by the third one, she just did a whole gospel line, a cappella pretty much. And just,
wow.
Because she just kept, you guys are still here? And literally, there
that
were
would stop your heart, though.
And I was 3 rows in dead center with no one, me and my wife, and almost no one else there because everybody kept getting up and going. And I'm like,
we ain't going nowhere.
We're not going till the roadies are gone. You know, we're going to sit right here, ma'am. And I'm like, we're close enough. I didn't have to raise my voice. And I'm telling you, that woman was a powerhouse. And it broke a lot of other concerts for me, you know? And because once you've had somebody like Winona right there, and it's just, I'm so done with polished voices. I can't do it anymore. I can't even fake trying to listen to auto-tuned crap. I just can't do it.
Yep.
You know? And I'm also tired of young people singing old people songs. I can't stand it anymore. When Leanne Rimes sang Blue, I was like, what the heck does an 8-year-old know about heartbreak? I'm sorry. You just don't have the depth. Like, well, you want to hear? I'll tell you what I want to hear. I want to hear Johnny Cash's cover of Hurt. The finest cover probably ever done of a song anywhere. There are few I could say there are few who can get up there maybe, but end of the day, Johnny Cash.
Disturbed with Sounds of Silence is an equal.
You know what?
I like it, but the one where he has Miles Kennedy singing a harmony vocal with him sounds so much better.
Well, you need a harmony, but I can't. The reason I kind of hate that song, and I hate to put it that way, Sound of Silence is one of my all-time favorite songs, obviously. I mean, I am a Simon and Garfunkel are usually better than the Beatles, and I'll say it. That is one of my opinions. It's a hot take. I don't care. But the original Sound of Silence to me was a bittersweet hope for the future. And the Disturbed Sound of Silence is a rageful realization at the future that didn't listen to the original.
Yep, exactly. I agree 100%.
And it's not that it's not a good song, because it's a good song. And it's not that it's a good version. These
consequences because you didn't listen.
It's the whole, for me, listening to it is an uncomfortable experience. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because for me, that to listen and let myself like that, I would have to give up it sounds stupid and maybe it's crazy. I'm an odd duck, but I would have to give up a level of hope I'm not allowed to. You know?
I can understand.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. It might not make sense to everyone, but
Now,
yeah.
I'm not trying to play top this or whatever.
No. Go ahead.
The first concert that I ever got to hear somebody famous live was at Six Flags over Georgia. It was senior night. All the Northeast Georgia senior classes voted on who they wanted to hear in the concert, and Six Flags hired them. We got in this little bitty stadium.
Southern Stone.
I swear, if it was if it had chairs, it wouldn't have had room for 300 people. But there was about 500 in there, and standing room only. And it was Chuck Berry.
Oh, awesome.
It was, and I was like 15 feet from the stage.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier, Nick, but
Yeah.
we used to have this music festival in Chattanooga called Riverbend.
Yeah.
You did? Yep.
And
It got ruined.
It got ruined because the folks of Bonnaroo, Riverbend cut into their week a little bit. Not all of it, but part of it was given control of it, and they moved it to Memorial Day weekend where everybody had plans. They
Everybody was at Dragon Con. Yeah.
Well, no, it was Memorial Day weekend. It's the spring one, not the fall. And but people still had plans. You know, a lot of them cooked out or went to the lake or took a little mini vacation or whatever. They brought in bigger named acts, paid out more money, had less groups, and it was nowhere near as much fun. The way Riverbend was set up originally, you had 10 days of music festival. You would have a well-known act headlining the main show on the main stage, which was the Coca-Cola stage, and it was on a barge on the Tennessee River. And you had a hill where people could sit up close, and you had a VIP area along the side where you could pay extra for, and then you had the street and a green area where you could set up chairs and you could watch it, and they had monitors and everything set up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only did you have the main act every night, you had up and coming acts, you had new acts to be discovered, and you had up and coming acts that were about to become, like top of the charts, and you had maybe older acts that were slowly on the decline, but still people wanted to see.
Yeah.
And I got to see some amazing artists. I got to see the Four Tops and the Temptations, and I think both of them had one original member left. I got to see Martina McBride. I got to see Leonard Skinner a couple of times. I got to see Kenny Rogers. I got to see.
He used to be one of my neighbors.
Yeah, I got to see Little Big Town before they became famous. Keith Urban, right as he was starting at his rise to the top.
Yeah.
I got to see Buddy Guy, John Lee Hooker Jr., Earth, Wind, and Fire, Firefall.
Yeah.
I got to see Dr. Hook with Ray Sawyer. I got to see Colin Hay of Men at Work. I got to see Here Come the Mummy several times. And just a whole lot of acts that I wanted to see that I never would have gotten a chance to see. And like I said, it was a wonderful thing, and they basically ruined it.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. And
yeah, people
I had
with a little bit of extra money to kind of shove aside the people that were doing it for the love,
Mm-hmm.
and then they bring in their agenda rather than what people want to hear.
And you got to experience cool moments because there was this band called Mr. North. They just come out with a new album called Life Size. They were on a stage. It was hot, and there was this girl that was being carried, through the streets because it was on a stage at the upper end of Riverfront Drive. And the girl was in a mermaid outfit, and she asked them to stop because she was digging the band. Well, the lead singer motioned for them to come closer, and he basically during a break in a song scooped, bent down, told them to hand her to her, picked her up, held him in her arms, in his arms rather, and the mic was already on the stand, so he started singing, and she was kind of dancing around with her, and she was flipping her tail and getting into it. It was one of those perfect moments that you just had to see live.
Yeah, well, see, and
It sounds
that's how it
beautiful.
used to be. I hate to say it, we used to have both respect for our performers, and the performers had respect for the audience, and we could do things like that could happen organically. When I saw Winona, she literally saw this little girl all done up. She almost looked like the Mary Poppins, like going out to lunch dress. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
White, really beautiful. She looks up, she reaches down, she goes, "Let me see." Takes this little girl up. "All right, one of y'all take pictures." And there are big signs, no cameras, no recording.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, "I know y'all have cameras. Somebody get a picture of this." And all these cameras flare up, and you can't do that now, and it's tragic. It really is.
Yeah,
But
you can't do anything now.
because on one side you got illnesses and idiocy and psychos and stuff, and on the other side, yeah, if you drop somebody, they're gonna sue you for everything you own, and it just gets me sad sometimes.
Somewhere in between the corporate drones and the psycho whatever,
Yeah,
there are still actual fans,
yeah.
and that's where people that are performing need to focus their
Oh,
energy on is the actual fans, and ignore what corporate says, and ignore what the whatever you want to call them on the other end. Just play,
I
just play,
can't.
just do the music.
I can't remember who it is, and I lament that right now. But there is one country singer who never rents out his first two rows. That you can't buy your way into him. What he does is when he comes on, he sends some of his roadies out to go to the the shittiest, the seats that are behind pillars, the worst seats in the house, and tap the fans who are over there and bring them up. Because
Actually, that's not a country singer. That's Billy Joel.
Billy, he does it too. You know what? He's not the only one, but Billy Joel will do that, and there's a couple country guys who will do that. I think one lady, I just 3 a.m. brain wipe. I'll just let it go.
Hey,
But
yeah.
the whole they don't want to, and I know Billy Joel's one of them, but they don't want to have look at the rich people.
They don't
before
want to have
these movies.
billionaires in the front three rows.
They
They want to
Yeah.
have fans.
fans.
Yeah. Nick, I know we kind of digressed a little bit,
Feel
but
free.
what were the other rules that you were talking about around your birthday? I know you mentioned don't listen to Bob Seger. What were the others?
There's a couple. It's just there's a whole list of songs that normally I like that I don't listen to around my birthday because it's like they try to make you feel like you're feeling the age. They make you too wistful. You know what I'm saying? So like I gotta be because I love Bob's most of my music taste after, because I have my music taste shifts throughout the day. Not like I don't like this songs. It's like this time of night, you'll catch me listening to things like and it's old music. I can't always remember who plays it, so I have to look it up. But Midnight Special. Let the midnight
Chris
special.
Clearwater Revival.
CCR is great for that. Golden Earrings, Radar Love.
Oh yes, yes.
Brass Spyglasses, Brandy.
Oh God,
that-
yes. You're talking about the stuff I have to play for my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Nick music at night.
And have to is not a derogatory term.
Yeah.
It is out of love because, well, except for Radar Love, which she hates. And I'm going, honey, this is our romance right here. You got on the bus and rode for 3 days to meet me in person, and then we got married. Radar Love is the story of our romance over the damn telephone.
Well, I like
then,
Radar Love, but Twilight Zone's my favorite song by them.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yep.
But then I get into what I call my haunted country list. That's where you get Phantom 409. God, I can't even. The one where you're riding with Hank Sr.
The Ride by David Allan Coe.
Yeah, and there's this whole list of like that wistful but kind of spooky sound. Actually, a good modern song like that done by Little Big Town. I think it's called "You Better Dig 2." That's that has that, and all these like Midnight Special comes up again. Erie Canal has been done right. These old what is it? Not the Fireball, the Cannonball. There are a couple songs like that, and then Wabash Cannonball. The Summertime. Who sang it? God, who sang it?
Jazzy Jeff from Fresh Prince.
Oh no!
He's talking about from Porgy and Bess.
Okay.
Summertime
and the living's easy. Yeah, that's Gershwin.
Gershwin, but there's a very specific, and I can't. I can hear
the opera is called Porgy and Bess.
You're right, it is. But there is a older blues country singer back when blues country, it was the same thing. It hadn't broke yet, and I can hear this woman. She's a big black lady, I think.
Oh God. I know exactly who you're talking about, but I can't put my name. My
every
memory
time I
will
bring
not
it up,
fit
people
her
say
name.
Aretha, and it's like it's not
No,
Aretha.
No. It's Big Mama Thornton.
Yes, that's one version, and there's another version. It almost sounds like Janis, and then you get Janis. You need some Janis Joplin in there.
Oh Lord, yeah.
But it's this slow, throaty. That's where Johnny Cash's cover of "Hurt" might kick in, or some of the older Johnny Cash songs about getting out of prison, and this is 3 a.m. music where you're drinking coffee because you can't drink something else, because of my genetics, and and you're like,
I've got to say that when I get into a guilty, I want to hear Johnny Cash, it's going to be one piece at a time.
Ooh, yes, that is, but that's a fun song.
Well,
I know.
It's 58, 59,
it's just one step below Boy Named Sue, but it's right on in there. It's a
Rambler. It's not my job, but it's in that neighborhood. Yeah, I get it.
One of my favorite Johnny Cash songs is actually "Get Rhythm."
Yeah. Oh, that's good though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, did Johnny ever do anything bad?
Not that I can remember.
Not musically.
I can't think of a freaking thing, and I'm 60 fucking years old.
Are you familiar with the show Space Above and Beyond?
Oh yeah, Space Above and Beyond. Yeah.
I'm gonna say a couple things to answer that particular question. One, it's easy as eating pancakes. Two, Let me in space. There is no sound. Nothing can be heard in space except for the war cry of the United States Space Marine. Yes. Yes, I love Space Above and Beyond.
Did you see the episode where the guy that lost his unit was out to get the things?
Cheeky Rod, Cheeky, when I get Chaplain, you don't want to talk to me because when I get back, I'm gonna pop this scotch and drink it like it's the. God doesn't want to talk to me because I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna destroy one of his creations and I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna drink a bottle of scotch like it's the blood of Cheeky von Richthofen.
Actually, that's the angriest angel because that's their flight commander.
Yes,
this is another episode where the guy plays Johnny Cash's
going down into the black hole because that's what he said. How
Ring of Fire. Yeah.
Yes, that's the episode where they all had breakfast the next day and it was pancakes and his line was there are only two things. There's only one. The only easy day was yesterday. And it's easy as eating pancakes because that put it's easy as eating pancakes into my vernacular forever. And very few people understand just how poignant and spiked that comment is.
I'll be right back.
Right back.
Okay.
Well, I'm not even going to kill the camera or the microphone or anything. Y'all just go right ahead. And I've got the green screen on the chair, so you won't even know I'm gone.
Nick, I thought of something I think that you would get a kick out of. I don't know. You may have heard it before. You may not have. But Chicago and Al Green do this song called "I'm So Tired of Being Alone."
I'm so tired of being alone. Yes. You are right in my bailiwick. You know.
I don't have any particular rules about that. If I'm in the mood to hear something that I'm gonna play it. I don't care whether I get wistful or not. My dad, especially when I was little and he had a beard, reminded me a lot of Don Henley from the late 70s.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a real connection with the Eagles for that. And
Hell Freezes Over was one of the first CDs I ever bought.
And my parents divorced when I was little. And when my dad came back, and he lived in the next county over, and I would go see him when it was my weekends for it. Bob Seger's Against the Wind was one of the cassette tapes he had for his stereo system. And like I said, that song just fills me with memories and good memories and sort of bittersweet now that my dad's gone, but and been gone for several years. But I also remember him with an LP of Willie Nelson's Redheaded Stranger.
Oh God!
Now Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain.
Right. Have you heard him singing with the Sons? If you look up Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, Willie not too long ago did a recording with both his sons, and they're harmonizing. It was part of something else, like a documentary or whatever. But them singing Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, because very few people can sing with Willie. You sort of sing around Willie because his cadence is so unique. But his sons have his exact accent and the same cadence. So it's a real, it's listening. You could hear Willie and you can almost, it sounds like he's singing with younger versions of himself from two different periods.
Oh, wow.
It's really,
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, that you can find it real easy on YouTube. See, every so often I get a wild hair, usually on a night like this, where I'm not talking to people, and I just start posting on Facebook, like, I'm going to introduce y'all to some music. It's this stuff, it's called music, and this is, and I've been known, that's one of those I like to get to. Riding with Private and Alone will come out on nights like this.
Oh, I talked about that earlier today.
But yeah,
And if Dan can hear us, he knows I mentioned it earlier.
Oh yeah, but that's
because we talked about David Ball's thinking problem before that, and then I said another song he did that I liked was called "Riding with Private Malone," where this kid purchases this like Corvette or whatever
Yep.
that was owned by this private that died in Vietnam, and he had a wreck,
Yeah.
and
The ghost pulled him out of the wreck. Yeah. Oh, I was talking to a friend of mine who's a hard rocker, and he's all about like death metal and really driving hard dark stuff. And I can listen to anything from any genre. At some point I'll find something I like. That's who I am. But I'm like, no, you want to talk spooky music? You want spooky music, you go through old country. You will find old country music that, no, it's not going to be loud or driving, but it will put a chill through you.
Oh, well,
and
Red Stone was great at that because
there's an entire genre of that.
Oh, and it's one of my favorites whenever I can find it. Like when I get in that place of what is it? What do they call it? Dark Southern or something? You know?
Mm-hmm.
What? Be in good. What is it? You'll be in good company. When we go to hell, we'll be in good company. Is like this really, and I'm horrible with knowing the names of songs, but it's like, this is. But yeah, I love. Well, one, I have to be able to hear what I'm listening to. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I have to hear it.
Well, it helps if the lyrics are intelligible, which leaves some of modern music out because it's either too shouty to be able to be understood, or it's too dialect.
Right. That's a good way of putting it.
One of the things that I was fortunate enough to have when I was a child is we had a radio station that actually played a little bit of everything before they started going into specializations. So I would hear Creedence Clearwater Revival, the Eagles, Bob Seger, Alabama, Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, you name it.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm blessed with the same thing up in Michigan City where I grew up. They had the same kind of thing going between that and the LaPorte station. It's like one was a little more country, one was a little more rock, but they would all. Being a Polish town at noon on Sunday, you'd hear, "Well, it's 12 o'clock on Sunday in Michigan City, so that's time for the More Power Polka Hour." And you know what? Yeah.
That's one of the things from that era is harmonies, vocal harmonies especially. I'm drawn to that because even the 80s, rock that I love, because when they started going to specializations, don't get me wrong, I like country music, but there's only so much of it I can handle at a while because a lot of it is depressing. I know they call it real, but I get tired of hearing about somebody left them, all this stuff, drowning you bigger.
I saw somebody recently, not too long ago, they took 12 or 15 songs of modern country and they ran them as tracks, right? Lined it all up. And you could randomly select any lyric from any one of them as it played, and it would all flow because they use the same audio formulas. It's It's so formulaic.
It's the same beat. It's the same rhyme scheme. All that changes is the guitar solos, basically.
Yeah.
And now, okay, confession time here. When I was about 6 years old, the Beatles had 2 songs.
Okay.
And they were not played on the radio that often. Okay. They had yet to hit Ed Sullivan, but they had hit the radio. And I grew up listening to my mom singing along with everything that came along with the radio. And mom can sing, but she doesn't give herself enough credit. I learned about 50 damn Beatles songs without even knowing who the Beatles were by the time I was 10 years old.
Oh, yeah.
And I also learned that because of my grandmother's preference for watching gospel music on TV before church on Sunday, that the Statler Brothers and the Oak Ridge Boys were freaking awesome.
Yes. Yes. The Statler Brothers, the Oak Ridge Boys, the Allman Brothers. I like.
Yeah.
Well, the Allman Brothers are about 30 years later.
Yeah,
but yeah.
In my world, because I just have taken whatever sounds good, it all shuffles. Like it's all
yeah,
like,
yeah.
So yeah, it's like what gospel-y sound? Again, Winona. Oh my god.
Well, that's one of the things.
The Judds, like pre-Winona, when it was actually the Judds singing. Oh, make you feel faith. And then of course
Grandpa.
Grandpa Jones.
No, I'm talking about the song "Grandpa" by the Judds.
Oh,
Tell me about the good old days.
Sorry, I was thinking back to the day when
well, I remember seeing him
Hee-Haw was on. Grandpa Jones was actually not a bad performer.
Yeah.
God.
Roy Clark was very underrated as a guitarist.
God, Roy Clark is one of the top guitar players in the world. Now, another one that did not ever get enough credit. Oh, damn. Now I'm having aphasia.
Okay.
Buck Owens.
Good point, though. Like
Rhinestone Cowboy.
Glenn Campbell.
Wichita. Yes, Glenn Campbell.
Oh
my God.
Southern Nights is a very underrated song.
Once you find out what other musicians thought of Glenn Campbell, it's like this guy was more awesome than we ever gave him credit for.
Yeah, because a root musician.
Jerry.
Yeah, he could do anything, and he often did. He guested on so many albums that nobody ever even thought Glenn Campbell would be associated with. He taught all kinds of things to all sorts of musicians that are contemporary today.
You know, I don't know how you did it, guys, but you put a song in my head, left field, somewhere between talking about classic rock and gospel, and now I can't get it out till I talk about it because it's one of my favorite songs and one of my favorite sermons ever put together. If you want to understand how I think faith should go, it's Neil Diamond's Brother Loves Travel and Salvation Show.
Oh Lord, yeah.
And that, it's 4:00, 4 a.m. There's a good chance that I will be playing that song at any given point because it just runs through my head. It's one of those.
Hey, if I could get away with it, I'd go ahead and pull it up right now. But yeah, that's one of the things I grew up with, and not only is it acceptable as a tune of faith,
yes,
but it is also a commentary on the ability of a con man to take over a religious theme for personal profit.
Absolutely, it's a very powerful, very.
And it works on many different levels.
You brought up the Allman Brothers.
Yes,
they had a wonderful combination of blues, rock, and gospel because they were definitely influenced by gospel music.
Oh yeah.
My cousin Farron is a guitar player, and when he plays Soul Shine, he has made the hairs on the back of the neck of other musicians stand up.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
He can play the hell out of that song, and he does not give himself enough credit for it.
See, and I like to cite that song in particular because I try to describe what kind of music I like. And people don't get it because most people are like, I listen to X. This is the box. It's a little label. This is where my music is. You know, and you take a song like Brother Loves Travel Salvation Show.
Mm.
And I ask people, what kind of song is it?
Neil Diamond.
Dang straight, you know?
Yeah.
That's it. That's
but,
as narrow as you can get the damn.
But you know, I'll have
as
people
narrow
say
as the genre will go with
that's
that.
classic rock. That's country. I've had people say that's gospel. You
but
know?
Neil Diamond, I mean, you wouldn't think that he would be that popular with most folks. But if you hear Sweet Caroline,
bum, bum.
People start singing along.
That is a Caucasian test. Like that there are certain songs of different periods that if you
that is
them,
a zombie apocalypse test. So the zombies want to find if there are any living humans around. They go, Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum.
Well, you know,
if they're smart enough to figure it out.
Well, no, that's what you do around. Are they zombies or are they people?
Yeah.
No, Sweet Caroline. That really is like shaving a haircut. Yeah. That is a modern shave and a haircut. Bup, ba-da-da, bup.
Bump, bump.
Thank you, because I can't resist hearing that if I do that. I may, in fact,
be because you're a living tune.
Well, hey. my iPod has everything from ABBA to ZZ Top and just about everything in between.
Yeah. I mean, I listen to, when I'm in the right mood, I'll listen to some dark, hard rock because that's what I want to hear. Or I'll something like Stone Sour Scars, which is rough. See, again, a man of culture. You know, like I like music that either makes me very happy, and I get in trouble because, like, I'll be doing something where I'd be expected to be in a very hard music mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, you're working out or I'm drilling, I'm sword fighting or something. If I have music in, it'll be the weirdest things. Like, I am notorious for the, God, I just lost her name. Not Guilford, but the version of Girl from Ipanema, which is one of the softest.
I'm very familiar with the original, yes.
And that's what I'm talking about. The original, before they changed the tune down to, it was in B and they turned it to G to make it easier to write or whatever it is. There's a tweak with it. And it's there and once you can catch it, you can't get rid of it. But it's Astrid something and it's just bup, ba-da-da, bup. And I found, because you mentioned groove, and I tell people you have to find your groove. If I'm ever lost in life, and it sounds stupid, I take a breath and I start moving in time to the Girl from Ipanema. If I feel like I'm rushing, like I'm driving too fast to be hearing the Girl from Ipanema, I slow down. And everything starts to fall back where it needs to be. It sounds so stupid, but there are rhythms to the world, and different people have different, driving like beats, and my world will crystallize properly to the Girl from Ipanema.
That is exactly why on my Bandcamp account for a couple of albums, I put a disclaimer on: I am not responsible if you get a speeding ticket for driving while listening to my music, because it is 160 beats, 180 beats per minute, and your foot goes down.
I can't. It is a law that I have to pull over or change the station if Steppenwolf's Magic Carpet Ride comes on,
and that's only 80 beats per minute.
But you see, the problem is you have to flash back to Nick at some of his youngest, happiest, 1984 Pontiac Sunbird convertible, white outside, dove gray interior, blood red instruments, and a factory stock turbocharger that ate Mustangs for breakfast. Four banger.
It was not a good idea for you to hear I Can't Drive a 55 played on the radio, was
No, No, but the one that got me, I got 3 speeding tickets to frickin' Magic Carpet Ride. County Road, top is down, no one for miles. Got the drive 97.5, 96.5. Anyway, 97.4, the drive out of Chicago. 10 at 10, 10 great songs from one great year. And those sons of bitches, pardon my French, would find a way to slide in, whenever possible, Magic Carpet Ride. And if you have ever been driving in a convertible on an empty road and Magic Carpet Ride comes on, because that's what a convertible is. A proper convertible is just a, and you have a turbocharger. Now, I get in trouble with car guys. Joe laughs at me. Joe Dog laughs at me whenever I get on this topic because I am passionate on the importance of turbo lag. Because you're driving, right? And you know, in a big block, and it is something with a supercharger. You hit the gas and you get thrown back. It's a brutish kind of speed.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a turbocharger is a civilized, almost, it asks you a moment, it gives you a moment to think about your life.
Are you sure you want to do this?
You have a moment of truly spiritual clarity. You hit that and you feel the whole car go, and time just slows. And there's a moment where if it's snowing, and yeah, I've dropped the top in the snow because I'm that guy, and everything freezes in the whole world for what, about half a second. The world is perfect and everything is right. And then it just, you hit hyperspace. You know what I'm talking about? And you're just,
and then you get pulled over.
And then you get pulled over. Whoop, whoop. That song summons pigs to the road like yelling suey. And I mean, so to this day, if I hear that song, I have to turn it off. Because I got so many tickets, the county gave me an option. They're like, if you could stay a year without getting a ticket, we'll forgive this one and not report it to your insurance. And I signed up, but you'd have to pay this one, the next one, a $300 fee, and everything goes to your insurance if you blow it. You know, I had a county mountie on my butt every time I left my house after I signed that contract.
Oh yeah,
they were
just waiting.
They were like, and anytime they weren't, I knew they were waiting for me in the weeds because they just like, come on, screw up. That devil was on my shoulder, and dang if that song didn't come on. But my friends after that period misunderstood and thought I can't drive because I tend not to speed. It did what it was supposed to do. One, it made me better at finding cops. And two, it taught me it ain't worth it to speed. That was a good system. I mean,
yeah.
But I get accused of driving stately now because I'm not going to speed for anybody unless I want to. But then something happens like, oh, I had too much coffee and I need to go to the bathroom right now. And suddenly people are like, what are you doing? Why are you turning off the air conditioner? I apologize to you and God for what I'm about to do. So it's like, I'm now driving like a Chicagoan. Whoop, beep, 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 bam. You're doing 85 and the 35, yes, because the toilet is approximately a quarter mile away. There's a porta-john on the side, and I need to be there now, you know.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're qualified to drive on 285.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But because like I said,
tell you one that
Chicago.
I always want to press down on the accelerator when I hear is AC/DC's Thunderstruck.
Oh, my problem is I want to press down while throwing the horns and rodeo driving. You know what I mean? Boom, boom. Oh yeah, no, Thunderstruck and I also, for an entirely different set of reasons, gets me in trouble.
Interestingly enough, I found out the story behind that song was Angus Young was flying on an airplane pilot, and the plane got struck by lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, lightning struck doesn't sound as good as thunderstruck, so obviously the lyrics were changed around a little bit, but that was the story behind the song.
That
these,
song.
These things, they happen. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I recently renewed my. I say recently. It's been March. I renewed my Sirius XM, and I happened to be listening to Hair Nation at the time, and
I
found that
thought
little tidbit
I
out.
thought for all the world you were going to say pilot's license.
Me too. I'm not even kidding. That's scary, but this happened to Dan and I.
You know,
well, yeah. I mean, hey,
there's a smaller airport.
If you're low flying at Mach 1 and you're still touching the ground, you might be in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Shoot, man! Now you're talking my natural environment. See, like,
oh, it's crazy in Atlanta. You should try getting on Spaghetti Junction.
Oh no! See,
definitely have. It's not a matter of getting on Spaghetti Junction. It's finding the right freaking lane you want to be on.
Oh, exactly.
Because there are like 50 of them.
If you ever get a chance,
one intersection,
look up Spaghetti Junction in Atlanta, and you'll see what we're talking about.
I know what you're talking about because a buddy of mine does. He worked for the state of Indiana, and he does. He works for a private firm that works for the state now because he does the same thing. He gets paid better, but he shares construction things, and he actually said, "Don't give me crap about the road construction or buy all that is holy." And he shared a picture of that. I'll put this here. So yeah, I've seen Spaghetti Junction on the map.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that was worse. They're working on improving it, but the 75-24 interstate interchange, it sucked for decades, and it's needed an overhaul, and they're finally gotten around to doing it.
And it's going to be even worse.
Now, see,
I don't know if it's going to be any worse. It's not going to be that much better, but it's not going to be any worse.
Because
there's more lanes of traffic. When you have 3 lanes trying to merge onto one.
Oh, you've been on the Borman.
No, that was a 74-20.
No, I'm sorry. That sounds like a commute gunner's description of the start of the Borman before you cross the Indiana Illinois line, and it goes up before you hit the Skyway. Oh my God! Because a Chicago lane change is where you jump 5 lanes 3 feet before you're at the ramp you want to take, and you signal your turn halfway down the ramp.
Okay.
So you have to drive in Chicago. I found you have to be precog. You have to be spiritually connected to every car around you and steer by smell. I didn't believe it till one day I ran out of washer fluid coming out of there, and I don't know if they salt the roads where you all are. I don't know if they have to. But
occasionally,
this is Chicago.
Yep, it's a necessity in winter.
I went to one of the scariest, shadiest, nastiest little gas stations ever, and I bought what was labeled as windshield white cleaner. It was not. It was actually antifreeze. So the first time going on 94, aka the Borman, aka a few other. I hit that, and my windshield went from streaks and stuff to a beautiful abstract stained glass.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't wipe off. It just went kaleidoscope. You know, the end theme for Stupid O'Clock should be playing, grade, you know. So I'm driving down the road. It is 12 below. With my head stuck out the window.
Like a Pekingese dog trying to see where you're going.
With like crust and unholy substances, like acid rain has become solidified ice with salt in it. So you get an electrical charge as it sticks to your face. You know, doing 85 miles an hour. It's pitch black, and I've got about a car and a half visibility, not counting my other issues. Because you can't pull over. There's nowhere to go.
Not if you want to live.
Yeah.
I'm watching semi-trucks go almost jackknifed across 3 lanes and then pull off because that's just how they're staying stable. You know, cars go by you sideways and backwards, and they're spinning. Oh my God. That's one thing I like about living where I am.
And then there's this one Yugo with this turn signal going left all the way down
All
the
the way
freeway.
to Kenosha, Wisconsin, right through. I followed that guy one day. He goes from Indiana to Kenosha, Wisconsin.
I didn't think there were any left on the road these days. Of course, there were plenty back then.
And the seatbelt hanging out the door making sparks on the highway.
Dude, I've seen guys with 2 blown passenger side right in the rims. Just they're just leaving a groove 230 miles long. Like, you see them do, what do? They pull into a gas station, get some food, and take back off. You could have monorailed down that dang pipe.
Dan, before I forget, you know, when you stepped out and me and Nick were talking, I mentioned the song to him that I think you would get a kick out of. You probably heard it before too. Al Green in Chicago did a song collaboration of "I'm So Tired of Being Alone." It sounded really good, especially when those horns.
I know that. I know that well. I cannot play it because it depresses my wife.
Yes.
Ooh, see, we're talking Chicago, so my brain just spat out "The Night Chicago Died." Oh my God!
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Really, I remember that when it
White
was
Lace,
brand
Paper
new.
Lace.
Paper Lace.
That's just my memory being my memory. But
and before I forget, Dan, you know, you mentioned Run DMC saving Steven Tyler's life earlier.
Yes, indeed
Actually,
they did.
Probably the earliest actual rapping ever done was done by members of the Boston music scene. Steven Tyler, of course, in Walk This Way, which Run DMC did a collaboration with them.
Yep.
And Peter Wolf of Jay Giles Band. Some of the songs he did a little bit of a rap on. Did you ever hear the long version of live version of Must Have Got Lost?
Yeah, remember it well.
A lot of the country songs overlap with Auctioneers. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, indeed. I know that style.
And that's like a big part of the more Caucasian branch of rapping. You know?
Yeah,
and
it's one of the more unrecognized influences.
Yes, John Michael Montgomery's Grundy County Auction.
Yeah, but it's funny because there recently was a big thing of a bunch of
Johnny Cash, One Piece at a Time, was doing the same.
Yep,
doing the same sort of thing.
But they were talking about trying to get rid of Eminem now because he's white and he's rapping and it's cultural appropriation.
How about you just don't listen to him in the first damn place?
This dude grew up in freaking Detroit.
12 mile or 8 mile.
8 Mile. Did the rapping scene in the 80s and 90s in Detroit as a white guy. Mm-hmm. And not only can he outdo it to most, he can do it where it's still legible, it's still cohesive, coherent, and right off the cuff because he was an old freestyler. And I can respect an air.
And he can do it faster and still stay coherent better than anybody.
Just about. And that's the whole, I'm sorry, I can't stand mumble rappers. I do respect some of the classic rappers from back in the day because they were telling a story, they were respecting things. And I'm not going to lie, Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise was my school theme for a long time. Like, if you asked me about my school's real theme, it was not whatever, they sang at things. It was Gangsta's freaking Paradise.
Up until the time that Weird Al did a better version.
Oh, Amish Paradise is amazing.
Yeah, but, I know.
But Michigan City
and oh my God.
Can
I get this right?
Rapper's Delight.
No,
Afro Man. Got Colt 45.
No, I was trying to think. I was trying to think of somebody in the video.
Oh. Michelle Pfeiffer?
No.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Gangsta's Paradise, Michelle Pfeiffer.
I don't think Michelle Pfeiffer was in the Weird Al video. No.
There was a knockoff of her. It might. I don't think it was her. It might have been. Al can pull people.
Nick?
It was it was Mama from Brady Bunch.
Oh yes,
Florence
Henderson.
Florence Henderson. Thank you. I could not come up with that name.
And now I want to watch the Muppet Show. Thank you very much.
No, if I want to watch the Muppet Show, it's going to have Alice Cooper in it.
Good choice.
Oh, I love the version of You and Me that he sang on that, where he had the creepy looking Muppets looking at him with adoration.
No. People.
I love his song Clones too.
People underrate Alice Cooper. They really do. He is, and now not only is he a nice guy, but he's totally recovered from being an alcoholic. But that's kind of an oxymoron. You're always in recovery.
If there's one thing I understand,
he's very intelligent.
It's the familial attachment to alcohol. That's why I don't drink, because my family has an allergy. We break out in handcuffs.
Now, Alice does some of the. Not only does he do some really, really great rock, but he does some of the best love songs that I have ever heard in my life. He's got an entire repertoire he could do an entire album or two of nothing but love songs. Yeah. And You and Me, How You Gonna See Me Now? The list goes on and on and on. There's one that is not a love song or anything else, but it is basically Dixieland, and it is Crazy Little Child.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just hear a Dixieland band doing that. Matter of fact, they actually do a little bit of a Dixieland band in one of the later refrains of the thing. And it's just, people don't give Alice enough credit. They think he's a shock rocker and all this other stuff. And I've been listening since he was, basically a tadpole. And
Hello, Wayne's World 2. We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Yeah, well, yes, we are.
I'm sorry. You said Wayne's World, and we're talking music.
Oh yeah.
So if we don't pause for Bohemian Rhapsody to run through all our heads at least a little bit, I'm gonna wake up in the morning going Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Now we do the slam dang go.
Nick,
the
you know what we did last night in the green room?
I have no idea. Last night I was working, because I was doing my show.
I didn't get home until after 1 a.m. So
Keisha was dramatically lit.
Oh, I missed a good one.
Damn, I missed out.
Now remember, you're still live there. Be careful what you're saying.
No, I suggested to Carl that he take several screenshots of Keisha, because the way that her camera was lit, her face was lit, you could do a montage of different Keishas and do Bohemian Rhapsody. Just from yeah, it was just it was just this, her face, her beautiful face with those eyes was just right there with the absolute perfect lighting. So all you had to do is get a couple of different facial expressions and copy and paste and put it around in the rough hexagon of well, actually, since there were only 4 of them, the rough polygon, and it would have been the absolute perfect photographic cover.
Give Carl a minute; he'll probably do it.
Well, I told him to, so he, and he got it right. He got the idea right away. But it was just absolutely beautiful.
Nick, one of my favorite moments from Wayne's World 2, other than that particular scene where they're with Alice Cooper, is where Tia Carrere's father and him are doing the fight, and then the phone rings and they start doing the karate sounds where he's answering the touchstone.
I'm sorry, you said Tia Carrera, so I lost. Again, there are certain names that just like...
I should have prepared myself for...
that whew, because Relic Hunter was a great show for those of us who watched that,
Okay, before I say anything else, Betty Page. Okay, now let me know when y'all have recovered.
Yeah, good.
Okay. I knew it would take a minute. All right. Now I've lost my train of thought.
I was thinking of some other early hip hop groups.
Oh my God!
You remember Houdini?
Yeah.
UTFO, Roxanne.
Oh wow! Okay, now we're going. Wow! Oh,
you're getting deep now. These are deep cuts.
This is
Cool Mod's I Go to Work.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that would get popular again, especially in this day and age.
Oh, which was the country song? I could look it up. I swear I could. Shift work.
Oh God!
What about you want to do country hip hop rap?
No, not really. No, because that's one of the genres I really
do. Swirls, help I'm white and I can't get down.
See, now I will port over to Big and Rich, who do not get enough credit for the gospel. If you can listen to Holy Water, Saved is good. I love Saved. I told the devil where to go, but Holy Water will get me every time.
Somewhere between. Oh God, what is the quote? I love that video, and it just slipped my mind. But it is an entire cowboy movie in the video itself.
Coming to Your City is actual fun song.
Coming to Your City, of course. When he said cowboy video, all I could think was the one. It had, I want to say, Toby Keith and Willie Nelson. And
Beer for My Horses.
Beer for My Horses. Yep. Oh my! I bet that was the one you were thinking. God, that is a good song, and that's just.
We were talking a little bit about the gospel influence on some acts. Allman Brothers being one of them. Have you ever listened to Kid Rock's "Lonely Road of Faith"?
Yes, I have.
I can't stand that guy.
Dan,
I don't know why. It's irrational. It really is. He's got talent. It's just his personality just grates on my nerves.
If you will fast forward towards the end of that song, there's a piano playing, and you can close your eyes and picture yourself in church because it sounds like something that would be played in church.
Okay, we've
Well,
been
well,
too reverent. We've been too reverent, and I'm going to say that because you said close your eyes and see yourself in church, and all I could see was the oh, Ray Stevens
Mississippi Squirrel Revival.
revival. The dance. Oh,
You
no.
know, my
At the
dad
first
and
natural
my
thought.
aunt and my uncle went to school with Ray Stevens.
Oh, that you know what? I hate to say this, but your accent hit. I couldn't figure out who it reminded me vaguely of, and there's just a hit of Ray Stevens in your accent. And now that I know that, my whole world makes sense when he talks, not necessarily when he sings, but I can hear that little. And now I got in trouble because I said it's me again, Margaret, to a cashier, and she looked at me, this little thing who was probably, God, nearly young enough to be my granddaughter. In Michigan City, young enough to be my granddaughter. But and
It's a good thing I wasn't with you because I would have got you in big trouble because I would have went.
her
don't
boss,
look, Ethel.
her boss dropped. Don't look, Ethel. She goes, "What is not Ethel? I'm dying. This old big old lady's dying, and this happens to me because like I don't belong in my generation, whatever it is. Because like,
Well, do you remember the old fashioned soda jerks that worked in the little soda fountains that they had in the drugstores back in the day?
Yeah, back in the 50s,
well,
and I was only 3.
My grandma was one of
100.
those soda jerks, and Ray Stevens and my dad and his siblings would go in there, and she would serve them ice cream floats.
Y'all, I could go for an ice cream float. It's 4:30 in the morning, and now I'm going. I've been broadcasting for, let's see, 4, 6.
I did
8.
find the Big and Rich song title that I was looking for.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Between Raising Hell and Amazing Grace.
Oh yes, yes.
Now, that one and Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, which are totally different styles. Totally different styles.
I will tell you a couple other Kid Rock songs that you might actually find tolerable to listen to, Dan. One of them is a duet that he sings with Bob Seger called Real Mean Bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Another one is a song called Born Free.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit reminiscent of something that Bob Seger might write or perform. I think you would like those two songs. And like I said, if you will go to listen to Lonely Road of Faith towards the end, I'm telling you, it's beautiful. I mean, you don't picture that word and Kid Rock together, but the coda of that song is absolutely beautiful.
He's also one of those guys who got straight later in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it shows sometimes, but he can't like project it and keep all his fans, so he has to sort of ninja it in.
Well, he has, he grew up in the streets of Detroit as well.
I'm not bashing anybody. I'm not bashing anybody for their background.
He was from that rough area.
And I have just enough glass in my house that I can't really say anything like that. But it's so hard for some of these guys who get past the drug life, the gang life, the just banging and anger, and then to keep making money, they have to still appeal to those fans, but they also have to reflect their new life too. It's interesting, and then you find like there's some like really good Christian hard rock bands that people forget are Christian, and
Striper.
Mm-hmm. Skillet.
Yep.
There are a couple that nobody even knew were Christian to start with.
Mm-hmm.
What's the ones that did the theme song for the animated Avengers series?
Oh God! And I know who you mean because it's just an absolute banger.
Oh, yes, it is. It's an absolutely fantastic song.
It's
And
funny because I was just watching that with my son.
I did not know they were a church group until I actually read up on them. And it didn't diminish my appreciation for the song in any way whatsoever, or the group in any way whatsoever.
Well, why would I mean?
Yeah, I can separate one genre from another quite easily.
Another thing too is we've all dealt with people from all kinds of different backgrounds, and the thing is, you've had jerks from all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Those that were
Absolutely
Still
crazy
running up against some of those, yes.
And some of them are Christians or call themselves Christians and don't act like it.
Well,
there's also some that are just plain jerks that grew up rough and they don't care.
I gotta be careful, but I also gotta say it because I believe it's the truth. There are a lot of people who, if they would just stop, if they're gonna claim Christianity and read the book and quit reading what people say about the book and listening how other people cherry pick the book, and actually just read the book and let the book do its job. That I gotta be. I don't want to be offensive. I don't want to overstep, but it's like,
me too.
I'm
just saying there's jerks from all kinds of backgrounds and groups,
and a lot of I
yeah.
listen to a lot of music. It's like I love Blackmore's Night. Blackmore's Night is a great kind of folky, but they have very heavy pagan influences. But a lot of their stuff is just awesome, and I associate with them. Would it shock you that a person such as I occasionally operates in strange circles with odd people?
There's nothing wrong with Blackmore's Night. They love medieval music and they play stuff that would fit within that time frame.
And they overlap it really well with modern sounds. Years ago, I had a CD and I can't find it. I bought it. I'm not even glad. Out of one of those stupid kiosks they used to have at like Meijer and Walmart, where you push the button and you hear like a sample, and it's not. It was, I think they called it Gypsy Magic, and they had to get rid of it because that is a slur, in certain circles. So they can't. And I'm only saying that to list the name of the album.
I understand.
But
I just looked it up. Bad City.
Bad City.
Avengers Assemble.
Yes. Always we will fight as one. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I actually watch, like, that's a show I don't skip the intro on when I watch it with my son.
Oh, that's one I actually looked up their video that had nothing to do with the animated series. Had nothing animated in it. It was just them standing on stage doing it, and it still it just reaches out and grabs you.
It's a good song,
and it like I said, it's one of those things I did not know they were a church oriented band before I ever looked it up.
And that's where it's like, if it moves me, I listen to it.
Yeah.
You
hit upon the one topic that I can pretty much talk for hours upon hours on, and that's music.
Hey,
welcome to my world.
Yeah.
And what I love is this is a diverse musical discussion.
Oh yeah.
I can't work with people, even if I like what they like, if they only like that box,
Yeah.
I
just can't do it.
Single interest fans are very difficult to deal with. It doesn't matter if it's a show, a genre of writing, or a genre of music, or one particular band. Single interest fans are very, very difficult to have a coherent conversation with, because that is all they're interested in.
Well, another thing
When
too,
there is so much else out there.
When they went to radio specialization,
Mm-hmm.
you lost a lot of that
Exposure.
multi genre exposure that we grew up with.
Well,
and if their parents don't expose the kids to it, they're not going to learn from it.
Right.
There was one radio station I used to be able to pick up at work. I think it's out of business now, but it would play an Alice Cooper song, a Hank Williams Jr. song, a Talking Heads song, yeah. I mean, it kept going from there. I mean, it was so cross genre, and it was everything I liked. But it was this salad bar of music.
See, the station out of Michigan City was so poor, and it still kind of is. They only played songs they could afford. So you would hear something like Alice Cooper or Steppenwolf, and then you'd hear Marty Robbins, and literally go from Steppenwolf Magic Carpet Ride to a Big Iron on his hip, or go out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with the. I mean, just absolute non sequitur stuff.
Well, I would go from, okay, here's an example. We would have something by Genesis.
Yep.
Then you would have
A Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Yeah.
You would have Kenny Rogers, and you would have Vicki Lawrence's The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. Then you would have.
It makes you wish she had kept on singing.
Yeah.
Which Reba did a famous cover of.
Oh, God, yes.
Then you would have Alabama's Feel So Right.
Mm-hmm.
Then you would have Daryl Hall and John Oates' Kisses on My List.
Yep.
And then you would have Creedence Clearwater Revival. And then you would have Anne Murray's You Needed Me. And then you would have the Commodores' Three Times a Lady.
Yeah.
And then you would have Dottie West and Kenny Rogers singing a duet together.
Oh yeah.
Yep, remember that well.
Then you would have Ronnie Millsap's I Wouldn't Have Missed It for the World. And then you would have Kim Carnes' Betty Davis Eyes.
Oh,
you
wow.
have Smokey Robinson's Being With You.
Actually, one of her nephews was in my garage band.
Oh, cool.
Well, guys,
and then
he was not a very nice person, let me tell you.
I just realized it's nearly 5 a.m.
Yeah.
We really need to bring this one to a close. Okay. I declare a three-way tie here. We're all the last men standing, and I defy Joe Dog to be awake at 5 a.m. I really do, without an alarm clock.
5 a.m. is a horrible time. Coming into or waking up in 5 a.m. is just bad business. I vow usually never to see 5 a.m. because you wake up at 5, it's bad. If you're still awake at 5 and you're not sitting at Denny's rethinking your life, it's
or Waffle House or IHOP.
Oh, dude. IHOP is for rich people. I got no business with IHOP, but and I'm too far north for a quality Waffle House. You'll heard what I said, and you know what I mean. But Denny's with the stoners leaving and the truck drivers coming in. Yeah.
Hey, the QA station, the truck stop with the Fuddruckers. Oh man, tell me about. That's the only place I know of I can get fish and chips at 4 a.m.
Yeah. There's a little town not far from me called Remington, and Remington has 2 competing truck stops, and one of them has an iron skillet that will make you fat for driving by.
Yeah.
I want you to understand, you're going to pick up at least a pound for driving by on the road. 5 if you get in the parking lot. That's before you walk through the door.
$15 if you buy something.
Oh my God. Well, because they got the buffet and they don't go around with that buffet. But the other one needed to compete somehow. So they just have a food court. They have a supermarket, and then they have like a Taco Bell, a Subway, like an Arby's or something in the middle. And you can at certain times of the year they've been bad with this whole COVID thing, but you could walk in at 3 a.m. and have 4 different dinners, a breakfast, and then if someone's inclined, alcohol. I almost got a free chicken there because one fell off the truck and was running around, and a guy beat me to it. I'm sorry. Did my neck turn red, y'all? But
all you need is a varsity so you can get some really good onion rings.
Oh God. Well, not bad. They got a truck stop grade, the drive-through truck version of KFC that's bigger than some like drugstores I've seen. You know what I'm saying? The KFC is like, I don't know.
I gotta go. Have a great night.
Have a great night.
Good night, Chris.
But and I'm on a diet and I can't eat things that are enjoyable. But I'm losing so much weight, but I can't eat things that are, and I'm okay most of the time. But right now, I could do with like a pizza, 3 tacos, and we used to go down to the combination A&W KFC and get a big KFC bucket full of bacon cheeseburger. Just mess with people because one side would be stacked with chicken legs and the other side is just cheese A&W cheeseburgers stacked up, and you got a half gallon of root beer. This is fat guy heaven, y'all.
I'll tell you what I used to do, and I can't do it anymore because it's closed now. But I used to go to the taco stand and get a burrito deluxe combo, and then drive up to the varsity and get 2 orders of onion rings.
Yes, that is how it's done. Oh, I got it. Well, I didn't get in trouble. I just kind of shocked my family because they sent me down to get.
Now, the only reason I got 2 orders of onion rings because only one of them was going to survive long enough for me to get to the house.
No. Did you see any doubt? That's like curly fries or anything from Rally Burger.
Yeah,
like Rally Burger, you have to have like
64 White Castles. Only 2 are going to make it home.
Oh, hold on. I just had stomach flashbacks. That was an unholy thing to do to the unexpected there, Dan Hollifield. You don't you put that evil on me, Dan Hollifield. Don't you put that evil on me. Man, I'll drive the All-Seeing-Eye to ward off that evil. Don't you put that evil on me, Dan Hollifield.
I never claimed to be a good influence on anybody. I'm just an influence.
I studied the art of the shank, and that was like psionic damage to man's stomach. That is not good and holy, sir.
Hey, you knew I was dangerous when you met me.
Oh no, and I love every minute of it. Don't get me wrong. No, that was like, okay. My dad kept me out of trouble by having me get the oil changed on a Saturday morning. You see, he had 4 cars, and he drove to Chicago with 4 various degree of beater. And he alternated, so every week one of them needed an oil change. So every Saturday morning, whatever I wanted to do Friday night was fine, but Saturday morning I had to be up in time to get that down to the local mechanics to get the oil changed because I could drive and he didn't have to do it anymore. So I'd get paid for it, but I couldn't be out late. I'd have to get up early, so I'd be too tired to be out late again. And I'd spend the bulk of Saturday sitting in this little mechanic shop in Michigan City. The mechanic's name is John Swetnikowski, amazing man. Apex Muffler and Brake. But 2 blocks down was a Rally Burger.
Oh.
And see, back in the day, Rally Burger was sort of codified unofficially. And that was one of those places where I kind of stood out the first few times till they got used to me. So I'd get my money, and I had no time to shop with it. I didn't do anything, and I couldn't get breakfast if I wanted to get out on time. So I'd be there for a few hours. That's where I learned to drink coffee. And to me, mechanic sludge coffee that's about halfway to transmission fluid is
good
what
stuff.
You know, where you pull out the weird powdered creamer out of it looks like a white mustard thing. You squeeze it, goes poof, and then you add sugar till it's sludge in the bottom. And this is coffee. Well, I get that because it was free, but then I'd walk down and I'd bring like a $10 bill because the Rowley spicy chicken sandwich was $10. Was $1. And I was a teenager. So I'd go walking down there, stand in line. And it was Michigan City, so it would be all these big guys going to work at the mill or a few at the Pullman plant. Big black guys. I mean, 6 foot lots, about wider than my screen to let me gesture. And then this little, at the time, 5'5", 120-pound dude with this tweed snap brim hat. I go, what are you? A big lady to work there. She asked me, son, you know where you is? And I'm like, yeah, I want spicy chicken sandwiches. I want good food. She looked at me. You want good food? Yeah, I go where people who know how to eat live. All these dudes work and they're big. This is good food. First time I walked in. Like, what do you want? You got something spicy chicken sandwich. I would weekly buy 10 of these things. And then I'd walk back with my coffee. And one day she's asking me, it's February, Northwest Indiana, 10 degrees. So it's a warm February. Come out, get my big thing. She goes, what do you do? Who all you feed with that? I'm like, me. She goes, what? I'm going to take these 10 spicy chicken sandwiches and I'm going to walk out to that picnic table 2 blocks away. I'm going to drink my mechanic coffee because it's free. And I'm going to enjoy the heck out of these. I love a boy who knows how to eat. So after that, I'd go down, I'd find things in there. There'd be Rowley fries, which are some of the best fries in the earth, just thrown in there. There'd be some, a big Buford, random sandwiches, just shoved. It got to the point where I get my bag. I don't know what else in my bag besides 10 spicy chicken sandwiches, but I was going to sit there and eat 10. I don't know why I had ulcers later.
But that lady was taking care of you.
Oh, yeah. And see, I learned.
You got adopted without any paperwork.
It happens to me. And part of it is their rules in life. I tell people, if you have a skinny lady running the cafeteria and a chunky lady running the cafeteria, you go to the chunky lady.
You avoid the skinny lady like the plague.
I got in trouble in high school because of that. Walked up, it was mac and cheese day. Now, what you don't know is my dad served in the Navy, and he had the midnight watch. And whenever they'd make mac and cheese, by the time he could get it, it'd be burnt black. To this day, can't stand the sight of mac and cheese. So I grew up not really getting any mac and cheese. So naturally, of course, it's something I love. Well, high school senior, mac and cheese day. My plate is domed. Go in, I got my drink, got my side, got my spoon and fork. Line up. She goes, that's too much. I'm going to have to charge you double or we're going to have to throw some of that away. I look at her, go, 1 second. Go back, grab a second milk, grab a second side, grab a second dessert, come back. Here's the money. What are you going to do with that? I'm going to eat all this. And then I'm going to eat this. And then I'm going to eat this later. She didn't last long. They didn't like her. Charging double.
Of course not. Nobody likes a lunch lady that asks questions. Everybody likes a lunch lady that goes, oh, you're too skinny. Here's an extra half.
I had the best lunch lady ever because she found out I liked Reuben sandwiches. I'm in middle school, right? And I'd gotten out. The elementary I went, they literally served us like government cheese and that grade of just cafeteria things.
Ooh.
I hit my middle school, and they served one day. They give us a Reuben. full-size Reuben. I'm like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. And this lady comes by and she sees me because they had them all stacked up, and there's something else and like peanut butter and jellies, and everybody grabs the peanut butter and jelly instead of the Reuben. So I'm like, this is the best, and I destroyed that. I was always hungry. She comes by and she goes, "You really like that, don't you, ma'am? Reuben sandwich is one of the best things God ever put on this earth, and I absolutely love it." She goes, "You want some more?" Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I went home with a bag of like 10 Reuben sandwiches because nobody would eat them and they were going to throw them away. To this day, that is one of my happiest memories. I think 2 of them actually made it home.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I'd be stashing them under my bed for later.
Oh,
You know?
God. Oh yeah. Well, I had to hide them in the fridge that they didn't know was still working downstairs. You know?
Oh.
But yeah, we probably should call it at 5 a.m., my friend.
Now, there was one thing I was going to say
Yeah,
before we got off track. We were talking about different bands from our hometown.
Yeah.
And Grand Funk Railroad is from the same town that I was born in.
Ooh. Ooh. Funk does not get enough respect. People they talk disco, they don't talk funk, and they need to be smacked for that. You know?
Yep. I have been watching a lot of reaction videos of people going, "Oh, this is really neat. This is really neat." And they finally get their way to Grand Funk Railroad, and it's always the same 1 or 2 songs, and they're going, "Oh my God, I didn't know white boys could do this."
Go lay down the boogie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, really.
But they oh God. Yeah, and God, that was just such
And
good music.
this is one of those things. I mean, when I was in high school, they had 2 or 3 hit songs.
Mm-hmm.
They had some really famous stuff in their back catalog,
Mm-hmm.
and then they kind of drifted away and reformed into something similar, but not quite as excellent. And then they kind of faded away completely. But they're still out there. The core members are still out there performing. So
Oh God.
it's like Steppenwolf or well, I started to say Blue Oyster Cult, but most of them are still together. But yeah, Steppenwolf is down to like 2 people from the original lineup.
Yeah.
It's and to listen to him play, you couldn't tell because the new guys have been taught how to play.
Well,
But,
if you're gonna play for Steppenwolf, you better be ready to play for Steppenwolf. You know, there's not
yeah,
much,
really.
There's
I mean, as long as the voice is there, you better be able to follow the tune.
I'm gonna have to watch those tomorrow. Yeah, it's see, that's when still say quality music. It's like the other thing is never research your bands. You know, the less I know about the people who play my music, the happier I usually am. I don't care if they're, an 80s glam band and they, lived off of cocaine, because I don't want to know. I just want to know, do I like the song? Sure.
No, wait a minute. 80s glam band lived off of cocaine. Is it not automatic a given? I mean, seriously?
Well, that's why I tried to pick a very cliche, like, a trope that's understood.
I don't want to know what y'all did in your private life. I just want to listen to y'all play.
I call it the Michael Jackson clause. I can still listen to Michael Jackson and enjoy his music, even though the dude was a complete freak. I can still listen to the old Bill Cosby comedy tapes. God, I just said tapes.
I've got 2 or 3
Noah
of his albums.
The Noah skit is still one of the funniest things I've ever heard. And yeah, he complete sleazeball.
But that was much later. I mean, early in life he was not. but
hey, things happen, and I don't know
yeah,
the details, and I'll be honest, I don't care. I just want to enjoy the
fame has
music.
a way of offering temptations that sometimes people find it incredibly difficult to resist, which is sad
I think
because it shouldn't be that way. But
I think fame is a kind of power, and people forget that.
oh, definitely,
And
yes, it
because it's a kind
is.
of power, all power corrupts, and
It
absolute
can,
power
yeah,
corrupts absolutely.
power can be abused and usually is.
And privilege, like when I feel bad, but there's a certain class of person I have met that if I see someone who is really, really, really physically attractive, I'm very cautious around them because when someone is very attractive, life treats them different than others. And sometimes they come to expect that thinking it's normal. And then when that group
Thinking that they deserve the special
hits,
treatment.
and then when they hit middle age, the wilting rose effect kicks in. At least that's what I call it, and they become
I know exactly
very
what you're talking about.
angry, very bitter that they aren't what they once were, and the world's suddenly mean to them, not realizing that they were receiving special treatment the whole time.
Where are my perks now?
Now, the perks went with the perkiness, and gravity conquers all. But so I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, I understood completely. I understood. Now, look. There are some very, very few special people that the magic has never left.
Absolutely, and we've listed a lot of them earlier today. I think, especially in the female genre.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the genre that I would be most interested in. I pay very little attention to beautiful men because I don't swing that way. So I'm not an expert in male beauty. It doesn't appeal to me.
I'm going to say something kind of controversial, but like my artistic side exists outside of sexuality. You know what I mean? So I could go, this is a beautiful. If you look, there are only 3 or 4 archetypes recognized as attractive in men. All of them are tall or perceived as tall. Tom Cruise is a little guy, but he's filmed and perceived as much taller than he is. So,
Yeah.
There's a slender, usually pale build. There's a more bulky, athletic build, and it's a very there's a very narrow band of what Hollywood considers attractive. You throw in a couple people who find comfort in what's called the dad bod. You know what I mean?
Yep. I've been trying to rock the dad bod for years.
But outside of that, there isn't a lot of real structural diversity. They're either very pretty androgynous men or very strong, very masculine men at a sliding scale of 2 or 3 overall chassis builds. Usually it's a tan to darker is one class. It's shifted a bit where bald is much more accepted than it was, and the Cary Grant is just absent largely. I don't know if that but like you have like the Brit, and it phased out.
They're avoiding him because he was closeted.
Well, but what I mean is that style. George Clooney still has that in my mind.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? That very dapper still exists, but it's not talked about. But now you compare that to the huge, if you think in terms of subclass of attractive women, the gambit of women that are still seen as attractive is so much more projected as diverse. You know what I'm saying? There are more archetypes. there's only 2 or 3 real main archetypes. They have variants, but in men. But in women, you could, the short, curvy girl is attractive. The short, pixie-ish girl is attractive. The tall, slender girl is attractive. The tall, full-figured girl is attractive. The muscular girl, or woman. I'm using girl and woman interchangeably. I don't mean to be derogatory. I want to make sure that's clear. But there's a wide spectrum of attractive females versus a narrow spectrum of attractive males, as we are taught. Now occasionally you run a counter line where the funny guy and the personality can overshine the physique.
Yes.
And they will cite that often, but it takes a huge amount of energy to be that kind of person.
Yeah.
There's
a big difference between Humphrey Bogart and Gene Kelly.
Yes. Yes, there is.
And
but
then
build-wise, they're not.
You said, no, build-wise, they're pretty much the same physicality.
Right, but yeah.
But they present themselves differently.
Oh, yes.
And then, absolutely. As you said, Jack Black and where do you go from there? They're unconventionally beautiful guys.
Yeah.
Look at any 80s or 90s teenage rom-com. You've got a whole smear of folks that were not conventionally beautiful at the time, but they grew up to be.
Mm-hmm.
Any Sheen brother.
But I think it's narrowed down almost. I think as the focus grouping, you have what I consider the Sherlock class, which is the slender, refined, usually British, not always. But this is Cumberbatch. This is I lost Loki's name, but
Tom Hiddleston.
This is any male doctor after Colin Baker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then you have like the large kind of ripped guy, your Vin Diesel, your John Cena's, this is the remnant of the 80s action hero guy.
Yeah.
And there could be racial diversity there, but not build diversity.
Yeah, and then you have the elder statesman of that same class was like bugger. Fifth Element.
Yes. Bruce Willis.
That's the one. Thank you.
Yes, and Bruce Willis is the slightly he's the older but competent.
Yeah, he's the elder statesman, sort of the used to be really fit guys, and now is middle aged and still women will mob him.
And then it's like you also have to add the class that goes all the way back to Ricky Nelson of what I'm saying, the baby faced kind of Ricky Nelson, Rio Bravo.
You're almost sliding into the Harry Potter era there.
Yeah, well, and it's Daniel Radcliffe for a while, but I see Daniel Radcliffe becoming the Sherlock class of attractive male. You know what I mean?
It's been a while. It's been a while since the movies, so yeah.
Well, I mean, no, just from what I've seen,
he still has every career advantage he's ever had, but now he is a bit more mature, and
he was brilliant. He was brilliant because he broke typecast immediately. The first thing he did after he was done with Harry Potter was a stage production of Equus. And he did it in the nude.
Yes.
And
Yes.
he did that was a that a lot of people were upset. That was a calculated, I'm an adult, I'm capable of very deep acting, because he's a powerful actor. He's what people don't realize how much he studied under Alan Rickman.
Well, you do realize that Leonard Nimoy did that part too.
Yes.
And
Yes.
for the same reason.
Reason.
Let's get away from the character that I am defined as and recreate myself as something else.
But in Leonard's case, he failed miserably and then came back around and then reabright. Like the travel of him being Spock, hating Spock, renewing Spock, loving Spock is a really neat evolution.
Yeah.
But that's a little off the point. But like this is gonna sound funny, but pretty has over dominated handsome, both in men and in women.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the great examples I have of that is I love the Hepburns, in that I love Audrey Hepburn. She's one of the prettiest women ever to be filmed. And Katharine Hepburn was one of the most handsome women ever to be filmed. And it's a different subclass. But what we're getting in men, except for a certain class that are just about aging out now, the new replacements were all like the women, cast to look young, and there isn't as much, they're just not growing into roles as often. It's like the ones who started as children, like somebody like Daniel Radcliffe, he's matured and he's stayed mature and he grew, but a lot of them are the ones who were cast as teenage heartthrobs, and there's not a lot of place for a lot of them to go.
And then you have the outliers like
Freddie Prinze Jr.
Well, no, I was thinking Jenny Agutter in Railway Children, and then as a grown-up in Logan's Run.
True.
That is a real.
That's an outlier, and that's an outlier that's 40 years old.
Yeah.
That's not a shot, but I'm just saying that shows you how rare it is that we have to go back almost 40 years roughly to find. Because I'm trying to think of young actors who have progressed into more mature roles later and are still, accepted as attractive, and it's really rare.
Okay, I've got to agree there, because there's a huge database that I'm not
right. Well, we're both.
I don't have.
Right, and I'm right there too, because I'm sure there are exceptions, but I'm having trouble finding them.
Yeah, and the problem is that a lot of the people that would be in that category are not folks that wound up in Hollywood.
Right.
They would be European. They would be South American, Central American. Just not folks that would wind up with great big huge Hollywood contracts. I mean, one of my favorite teams would be William Pell and Myrna Loy.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife is going, yeah, you're my Nick Charles, I'm your Nora Charles, and I'm going, yes, we are.
And it was something that used to exist. That's the thing. Mm-hmm. There used to be a whole spread of a little bit more variety in men that were. You look at Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
Like if we're gonna go on the way back, this was a short. He played goofy characters, but one incredibly dashing.
Oh yeah.
But what I think modern a lot of modern actors have been cast to be pretty, and the kind of men that look good, young and pretty, don't necessarily mature into, dare I say, more rugged looking adults. It happens in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas traditionally, a lot of the older actors, I think, they were cast to be much more rugged. They had stronger bone structure, so that as they aged and the baby fat went away, they refined, you know? And that's why
Well,
we still have to lean into, to have believable tough guys, we have to lean into people who are in their 60s still, because there's this generational gap where they just stopped finding a lot of the actors, at least in film. You know, some TV actors are there who could grow into capability. And I don't know if that makes sense.
no. Look at people like Derek Jacobi, Christopher Lee, uh, um, 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 Ian McKellen.
Yeah.
Just these people just ooze class.
Class is not taught anymore. It just, and that's a neat point. Class isn't there. Derek Jacobi, that's a name I don't hear nearly enough. Cadfael was amazing. But
Oh, you should see the one where he and Ian McKellen are roommates.
Vicious.
That's the one.
Yes,
That's the
I think I
one.
actually own that somewhere. But you know, again, look at the age of these guys.
Well, yeah, they
Well,
came up during the hard times.
right.
They learned their chops
You know
in
what?
the classical sense.
You not just that, you just hit a tradition we haven't discussed, and it does affect it. The saying that hard times make good men make easy times, easy times make bad men make hard times.
And the
And
cycle repeats.
we're in the cycle of a type, because there's been a loss of, and it's almost dangerous nowadays to say, but masculinity's positive traits have been cut out when as they've tried to remove the negative traits in depiction.
Well, I wouldn't have said it quite that way, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm reaching for the right phrasing, and I know that was a draconian response, but
Yeah,
it feels
there's a way to get rid of the toxic masculinity without getting rid of the positive masculinity.
You know what? Now I'm going to step back a little bit, because we do have some actors who hit that criteria.
Mhm.
It's just right now they're all in superhero roles. You look at Chris Pine. Chris Pine very much can do. They just, and maybe it's just there isn't call for that. Our culture has lost interest in class, because
now you have to have the script before
right.
the actor can bring it to life,
and you have to have interest in it, because again, Tom Hiddleston understands class.
definitely.
Tom Holland is somebody I can't wait to see in a few years, because he's
Lord,
very much of the old MGM style actor. His is, that dancer, polymath kind of threat, dancer, singer, martial artist, actor, and he can do all of it really well. And he's not.
Well, look at 90% of the people doing the CW superhero shows.
Now, see, once you get into TV, you get people like Stephen Amell. Stephen Amell could do so. It's almost tragic that he isn't in roles that right now that he could do.
But they could be, but at the moment nobody's offering them anything.
Yeah, nobody's offering them, because I think culturally we've lost sight of the interest and I think it's creeping back. I think it's creeping back by weird signs like how much postmodern jukebox is loved.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I think there's a, pardon me, I've been up so long I have sleep in my eyes.
Don't worry.
But there's an absence because the roles aren't written that way. But there, what we need, I think we lost it when James Bond got darker. I love Daniel Craig, amazing actor, but when they started grittying up James Bond, we lost charm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Charm
Yeah.
and wit and compassion in a male presentation as a strength is very rare. This is why I got in so much trouble for being annoyed with them making the Doctor female. Not that I had any issue with the character being female, but because it was an elimination of one of the few consistent male role models that projected caring as a primary powerful trait.
Now, my problem with that was that I knew that none of the writers were capable of carrying off a female point of view.
Valid point as well. Valid point as well.
No one. She is a fantastic actress.
Yes.
But almost none of the scripts she was given allowed her to do anything meaningful with the part.
Well, and part of it was, I hate to say it, but Chibnall or whatever his name is, I say his name. He's a hack. He is a hack.
No, he is a soap opera writer.
You know
he
what?
is a very, very, very good soap opera writer, but Doctor Who is not a soap opera.
You know what? I hate to say it, it could be handled well like a soap opera. I mean, it really could if you're willing to add gravitas. And
that's the thing that they're not willing to throw in.
You can't fake gravitas. You can't shortcut gravitas. It has to be earned. It has to be built up over time. That's one of the reasons why I actually had some problems with 11.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really felt like 11, who's Matt's great doctor. I'm not saying he's bad, nothing like that. But a lot of what he marketed on was the gravitas built up by the previous actors. And it took him a very long time to feel, it felt like he was pulling out of that ATM, but not putting back in. Mm-hmm. Whereas Tennant was a force of nature. And realized it. Tennant was scared of himself almost, you know? The whole...
Eccleston was too.
I will say this. Eccleston, to this day, I believe Eccleston was the best modern Doctor. I need to watch more of Capaldi. But to me, Eccleston got the role. He was... Whereas Tennant was Tennant's Doctor. You know what I'm saying? And Smith was Smith's Doctor. Eccleston, to me, felt like the Doctor. He was in the role, not making the role his. So he had I could feel very strongly the Tom Baker influence. What he read to me and what I loved was he read like a PTSD Tom Baker. And that was before I knew about the Time War. He laid it from, episode 1 of his run. He was trying. The plastic thing is going to destroy the world, and he's trying to talk it out of it. He has the weapon to destroy it. He's doing everything in his power not to take a life.
Please, Mr. Auton, don't make me do this.
I don't. And to this day, I will tear up every time. And I tear up every time I see it, and I still, like, just the clip is enough. The just this once nobody dies.
Go to your room. Those would be really horrible last words. I'm glad that worked.
Yeah. I mean, but just the whole...
Just this once, Rose. Just this once. Nobody dies.
And it's such a... It is hope for somebody who's totally lost hope. It is very much a Simon and Garfunkel Sound of Silence positive response instead of Tennant's disturbed Sound of Silence.
Yeah, when they did Waters of Morris, that really threw me. I did I could not rewatch that one after the first time.
And
Normally I rewatch everything multiple times.
And for me, it felt like Smith's doctor, which is very doctor. I mean, it's very doctor in character, was running away from himself. He felt like he was trying to be something else to get away from, and at the same time, he was doing very dubious things. You know what I'm saying? Now,
very Sylvester McCoy dubious things.
Yes, he felt, and it's a good point. He felt Sylvester McCoy, but I always felt like whenever the doctor got in that mold, that's when he's most failing.
And you notice, whenever that happens, he was alone.
Yes, and that's it. It's he played it right, and it's brilliant. But so many of the fans got caught up in the cutesy, I'm going to be quirky and zany. That was just like the veneer over what was really going on with the character. Yeah. And what was going on with the character hurt me. It's the only way I can explain it. It hurt me because it resonated with somebody trying not to admit their own trauma. The doctor was not growing as Smith. And I think that's why we needed Capaldi. From what I didn't see all of Capaldi's run, but from what I saw of Capaldi, it was very much finally coming to terms again with who he was. All that resonated all the way back to the War Doctor, who you want to talk Hertz Doctor.
Yep. Before that ever happened,
yeah,
my favorite Doctor was Patrick Troughton.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I started with Tom Baker.
See, it's funny because I started with the first in PBS reruns, so I got samplings of the first, and then the second, and then Pertwee. Like Pertwee was my dad's favorite, and then Baker's one of the three most influential fictional characters I ever encountered in who I am. And I can't even think of his name.
Peter Davison,
because I see him and I go, Campion.
Yep.
So his name to me literally is Albert Campion. That's where my brain goes. And I know it's an odd.
It's not odd. Everybody does that.
But
he was so good at both roles. And then there are still people that go, oh, it's that guy from All Things Great and Small.
Yes.
But there are people that cannot cross that line.
For me, if I had my option, if I were going and doing the whole stand in line to get a signature thing, which goes against everything, both my manners and imposter syndrome could ever process, it would be to get a replica of Albert Campion's business card with, what is it? No coup too small, nothing sorted, or something, or plebeian. I can't remember the phrase because again, it's 5:30 in the morning. But
I'd have to go look it up because I have the books.
Yeah, I have
the books. I mean, seriously, I've been collecting Marjorie Allingham since before they ever did the PBS Albert Campion stuff with Peter Davison.
It's funny.
So it's really excellent stuff. Even though she did borrow a couple of plots from Agatha Christie. But then everybody with any ounce of brains would borrow plots from Agatha Christie. Really?
Well, I mean, I'll put it out there. The three influences that make me most of any fictional characters, there are three of them. Oh, this is funny. It would be Baker's Doctor, David Suchet's Hercule Poirot, and Dick Van Dyke's Bert from Mary Poppins, with just a hint of Professor Emrys Brown from Bedknobs and Broomsticks. But Bert from Mary Poppins. To this day, the comical poem at the where it switches at the end to the wind from the east.
Mhm.
There's a fog blowing in, like something is coming about to begin. Can't really put my finger on what's to come to store, but I've got a feeling it all happened before. Like that moment, if anybody, I'm sure we have a huge audience right now at 5:29 in the morning. But
Actually, we have one person watching.
thank you, whoever you are. But if anybody wants to know what magic is like, if you ever encounter the paranormal and you want to know what it's like, what one scene most grasps the feeling of precognizance in all of film and literature I've ever seen, it's that one snippet where you watch Dick Van Dyke go somewhere else. And in that one little, it's a 26-second, because I found just that clip recently after years of looking, because they'll give you the whole song, but just that clip is it's right there. That is if you want to see what magic feels like when you're encountering real honest to whatever you want to worship mojo, real weirdness. And I don't mean the scary your face kind, although Lord knows I've seen enough of that. The people who know, that's the best depiction of it I think I've ever seen to this day. And every time I see it, it gives me chills.
I can well understand. Yeah. Now, if I were to unload the same sort of detail,
Yeah.
oh my God, I don't know if I could actually put this in words. Okay. The basic layer is Villa from Blake 7.
Understandable and obvious. Yes. Okay, I can see that.
And then another layer would be Scotty from Classic Trek, because I just do things.
I get that.
And the final layer would be somewhere in between the Saint and the Falcon.
Oh. Now, see, they did not do credit to that when they made the Val Kilmer movie. They did not do credit at all, in my opinion, to the beauty of Roger Moore's Saint.
No, I'm talking pre-Roger Moore.
Oh, okay.
Way back in time.
I'm sorry, I had to take that jump. I could take that jump. I've seen it. It's been.
It would be one of the Sanders brothers, not George, because George. They had different last names. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. Conway, Tom Conway.
Yes.
And he did not only an early version of the Saint, and then did a very, 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 very similar character called the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
But then his brother George Sanders was also doing the Saint, and tragedy happened. So lost that one. But
well, I mean, it's interesting to see who resonated, because I got in trouble with my school because they asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I said, if I'm really honest with you, Bert from Mary Poppins. Like, why are you not taking this seriously? Because life's far too important to take seriously.
Yeah, really. Seriously is far too important to take life.
Exactly. Yes. And somewhere there's a doctor who's clapping. I'm not sure which of the doctors likes that more, but there are a couple options. That's. Oh,
I have a way of trying to understand the universe by turning it on its head.
oh, I call it rotating the tires to see which one's flat. I picked it up from my old man.
Really?
It's a strange sideways logic, but it's like if you don't know which tire is flat and you can't see it, how do you figure it out? You rotate the tires till you figure out which one's pulling where, and then you just keep doing it till you can figure out which way the car's pulling, and then they'll tell you which tire's flat. It's how you rotate the tires to see which one is flat.
Mm-hmm. It works.
It works, and it can work when
it's not quick, but it works.
And it's in depth. It teaches you a lot more on the other side. You know, it builds wisdom almost as fast, if not faster, than it builds intelligence.
Observation, deduction, fact checking, and conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the simplest way I could understand.
Yep.
I could state the way that I live.
Yeah.
I
And
get
most people
myself
don't
in
even
such
observe.
deep shit sometimes. If I can't think my way out of it, I'm screwed.
I get in trouble because I have to keep my deductions to myself because people get mad at me or they think I'm psychic, which is, a whole different scenario anyway.
I have told you my wife's opinion of my driving on 285.
Oh.
Have I not told you that?
Yeah, yes, you have. You have told me about your wife's opinion of you driving, because it's
true.
Yeah,
and I can't help it, and we're still alive, so it must work.
Yeah. Oh, I have whole bizarre algorithms that run when I'm driving, and it's like one thing I love about driving is it's much simpler than walking. It's faster, but it's simpler in your interactions.
Mm-hmm.
Because the vast majority of it is, unidirectional. And you can, it's like, what? That car's being skittish. I don't want anything to do with it. What do you mean they're being skittish? They're driving wrong. How? Like, you're just driving and you get that flash. That's the important car.
Mm-hmm.
I drive, man, to watch the red car. 3, 2, how?
Yeah,
no
across
idea.
6 lanes in traffic, into an off ramp with no turn signal.
Turn signal starts halfway down the off ramp in case there's a cop.
Not in Atlanta.
No.
It's a cop. It's a cop doing it.
Oh yeah. In Chicago, they'll do it, cut off, and wreck a cop car and not care. I love it.
If the cop objects, he'll shoot him.
Okay, I'm going to tell this one story, and then I have to go. I gotta go because it's nearly 6 a.m, and I need something like sleep.
And it has nothing to do with the FBI watching us now.
No, Route 6 in Indiana is one of the very few horizontal byways because Indiana, when you look at it as a map, and you should sometime, is a spider web with Indianapolis at its center. So getting across the strings east-west is actually much harder than you would think it should be. It's better than it used to be, but 6 was under repair, so I had to take this little road called 700. And I like 700. I used to take it a lot to avoid people on 6. But I'm driving down, and what had happened is there was flooding and a bridge went out, one of those deals. And we're in a little convoy, and I'm laughing to myself because I'm hearing the song in my head. But right as we get over under a hill to come up over right by a transformer station, I'm at the end of this little convoy. And I'm like, I smell bacon on the breeze. If I were a cop and I were an asshole, I would be right there waiting to ping people. You know what I mean? And I let off the gas just as we come over, and there's the county mountie with his gun out. Not the pew-pew gun, but the speedometer. And we're doing
the radar gun.
Yeah, we're doing a stout 75 and a 30. All three of us in this nice line. And this cop runs over, jumps in, and he spins. We're not even to him. He stomps it. He's kicking up this rooster tail of gravel because he's going to cut right in behind all of us. And I'm the last guy in line in the aforementioned convertible, top down. Just, as my dad would say, blued and tattooed, you know?
Yep.
And he comes skidding across this gravel parking lot sideways as I'm passing. Skids right across in the field, across the street. Has a drop off about this far and is flooded. Oh boy, didn't it make. He went straight across behind me, nearly clipped my bumper because I'd slowed down, and splashes down in the field. He's got lights inside. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And I apologize now because the devil got a hold of me. I yelled at the top of my lungs, "You gonna get them dukes? As I'm flying down away from the Roscoe P. Coltrane. Oh God, I had to keep the car in the garage for a month. Every time I'd come out, there'd be a county mountie, because there were only so many white convertibles, but he couldn't prove I did it at the time. So he just like,
he didn't have a tag number, but you had a white convertible.
So he'd be out there, and I saw him in the gas station. I'm in there getting my broster chicken wedges and a big old Mountain Dew back in the day when I could have such things. And he's standing there and he's looking at me because he's trying to figure out if I'm me. He's looked at the car, he's looking at me. He goes and I wait till he has his stuff and he's right in the middle of paying. As I go through the door, I go, "You ever catch them dukes, Roscoe?" I close the door. I'm out the door in my car, not speeding, but leaving at a high rate of speed. he leaves his stuff coming. So with that, at a time of 4:41, I guess you will be the last man standing on this one because.
I'm exiting with you.
All right,
we'll call it a draw.
Fair enough. I hope you guys, or whoever stuck around, enjoyed it. It's been a good night. I have to plug that Hybrids, the Sons of Gods, actually is in fulfillment right now.
You listen to this man. It's a good game.
I'm making great games. Jody McPhee from a desk of a small press publisher just finally admitted that I've spent the last few weeks designing the engine for his all-female wrestling game. AWF primetime Saturday night. I'm not kidding. You take the job, you make the game. But had a lot of fun with that. I've got some other big news that is totally classified that I'm not allowed to talk about. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to say anything about what's coming down that has nothing because there's nothing out talking about it. So I'm not saying pay attention to me and Luke Stone at some point in the near future, but if you've paid and you haven't gone to that man's Bandcamp and downloaded his music, you need to. And he'll give you his book list because he doesn't plug himself enough, but get his book reference. You plug yourself or I will. And if you want stuff from me, hit the www.amazon.com/author/the Historical Fencing Guild. I'm sorry, I have to move all my pluggables. And look up both the Simple Sword and the Fighting Axe because I need to sell my books and you need to learn to sword fight cheap, easy, in plain English. So with that, I think we should call it, Dan.
Yep. Look, if you think I'm worth watching for a couple of hours, you might want to read some of my stuff. Just Google my name. I'm on Amazon. I'm on Bandcamp. I'm on SoundCloud. Just if you think I'm interesting, give me a chance. I don't ask for much. Yeah, this is. Yeah, it's on YouTube and Facebook.
So if you're watching this on YouTube, like, share, subscribe. It helps him fight the algorithm that keeps small creators from getting their names out there. It's so crucial. So yes, please help Dan out. Sorry.
And I'm about to play an advert for the Rising Tide, and then I'm going to hit the end credits. So. Nick, I love you, and good night.